Chapter 607. After entering the research building, Lin Qiao did not continue to follow them. This was because the other party was walking upwards, not downwards. Lin Qiao looked at the signs in the hall. There were many faculties in this research building. Medical science. It seemed that the medical school still attached great importance to research. Architecture. The research of the Department of Architecture is also here. He turned around and saw that there was even a weapons development department. There are also Agricultural Research Institute, Land Research Institute, Virus Research Institute, Energy Research, and so on. No wonder there are so many staff here. It turns out that Huaxia City really wants to study a lot of things. Lin Qiao looked around and walked towards the direction of the virology department. The virus department was indeed underground, and there were many thresholds and various alarm systems. She stood in front of the elevator door and silently looked at the smart lock. It required both a card and a fingerprint to open, so Lin Qiao could only stand outside the door and wait for someone to come. He looked at the time. It was already afternoon. There should be people there. Sure enough, not long after, a few people walked over. Everyone swiped their work pass one by one, then pressed their fingerprint on it before walking in. After Lin Qiao was the first to enter, he followed closely behind him and silently watched the people behind him swipe their cards. The number of guards has increased in the past 2 days. Of course. After all, there are so many outsiders here. How can we not be more cautious? You're right. Sai, I say, your contribution points are almost there, right? When are you going to do the surrogacy? Let's wait until this is over. What's the rush? I'm not even in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Tisk, you're not young anymore. Hurry up, or else who will take care of you in your old age? What do you mean by old? I'm only 30, okay? How am I old? Surrogacy. Lin Qiao stood in the back corner and touched his chin. She knew that there was such a fertility system in Huaxia City. When one's contribution points reached a high level, they could go to a surrogacy agency and find a woman to be their surrogate mother. This way, they could conceive the next generation. Surrogacy is also voluntary for the women here, as the organization will give them a lot of compensation. Of course, if they were unwilling, the base would not force them. But because the compensation here was really rich, there were still many women willing to come. Even if they already had a partner, as long as they could give birth, they would be willing to come for the sake of survival. However, due to the large proportion of males, the required contribution points were also very high. Of course, the various jobs and skills in the research institute had the advantage of gaining contribution points because of the high difficulty. Lin Qiao looked at the man who was being urged by the others. His work card showed that he was a team leader. It was no wonder that his contribution points were almost full. At this time, the team leader said expectantly, "If we can find a single surrogate, that would be great." When the others heard that, they laughed. You're thinking too much. With your current contribution points, you won't be able to reach that level unless you accumulate twice as many contribution points as before. So, for the sake of having a child, you'd better not be picky. The team leader sighed and nodded. That's true. For people like us, we can only find those who have been married. There was a hierarchy for surrogates. Those who were unmarried would receive more compensation, so they needed more contribution points. Therefore, an ordinary researcher like the team leader could only find a low-level surrogate with the contribution points he had accumulated over the years. Low-level surrogates were usually done by women in families where the men in the family were incapable. Because they also needed to survive and raise their own children. Lin Qiao listened to these people talking about surrogate. After a while, the elevator stopped with a ding. Then the elevator door opened and they walked out. 3 meters out of the elevator door, they had to swipe the card again. In front of them was the hall of the research institute. After entering the hall, these people separated and went to their own departments. Lin Xiao looked around. This was only the first floor underground. The place where the zombie was locked was even further down. She stood next to a pillar in the hall and waited quietly. After an hour, she heard a group of people pass by and say, "The tranquilizer may not work anymore. We need to use another tranquilizer to suppress him. His body has automatically generated antibodies, so he may wake up after the tranquilizer wears off. Can't we increase the dosage of the tranquilizer?" "Of course not. Be careful not to let him smell a human, or he will go crazy." "Got it." Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. Then she followed the group of people. These people were indeed heading downstairs. After taking the elevator down 2 floors, they turned around and walked in another direction. Suddenly, there were armed people guarding here. Obviously, there was something important down there. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Lin Xiao followed the group of people and turned left and right. Finally, they reached a thick door. They opened the door and went inside. It was a research room with many research rooms and a lot of research materials. After these people came in, they turned into the changing room next to them. After changing into a set of specially made research clothes, they walked out. Their suits were sealed and the covers on their heads could be zipped up at any time. Lin Xiao followed them into another research room. This research room was very large, about 200 square meters. There were all kinds of advanced equipment and semi-finished drugs in the room. Lin Xiao didn't care about these things. She walked in front of an isolation glass and looked at the other side. There was a white fog, and in the white fog, a naked figure was locked on a shelf. The glass in front of Lin Xiao was very thick and bulletproof glass. The temperature in the room on the other side was obviously much lower than here. This was because the white fog was formed by cold air. The figure on the other side was also covered with a lot of ice. They actually used freezing to suppress it. "How is his situation?" someone asked. "The tranquilizer's effect is decreasing. Although his consciousness is still not awake, as long as the tranquilizer's effect wears off, he will quickly wake up. The freezing temperature will only delay him for a few hours. It won't have much effect. It's okay. As long as he doesn't smell a living person, he won't go crazy for the time being. His ability would form a self-protective consciousness when the temperature was too low, and then he would fall into a light sleep. We still have time to get the second tranquilizer out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work." As they spoke, they immediately entered deep into their research work. Lin Xiao just quietly looked at the slumbering level 2 zombie king in front of the glass. Chapter 608. Because the zombie was in a deep sleep, Lin Xiao could not sense the situation. After looking at the zombie in the freezer for a while, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the equipment next to her. 3 minutes later, she could not understand it. Lin Xiao silently turned around and looked at the information table on the other side. The information on the table was written with a bunch of terms, but Lin Xiao could understand these words, but she did not understand what they meant. She could not help it, even if she was the leader. She did not understand the field of science and technology. She was just a soldier before the apocalypse, so she knew a lot about missions and killing people. Because there were still people here, Lin Xiao would not casually flip through the information. She wanted to look for information about this zombie, but it seemed to be put aside. She looked up at the researchers here. They were all doing their own things in silence. Lin Xiao thought for a while, but still reached out to the book with the words "Zombie Body Experiment Source Information." She touched it lightly, and the book disappeared. The people around did not notice this, they still maintained their original posture and were working. Lin Qiao flashed and entered the space. Lu Tianyi was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the small building, and suddenly saw a folder on the tea table. Before he could react, he saw Lin Qiao flash in. After Lin Qiao came in, she immediately bent down to pick up the folder on the table, and then went to the sofa to look at it. When she opened the file, there was a name on the zombie number, Makui. Gender, male. Ability attribute, Logia. Level, level 2 king. Logia. Seeing this, Lin Qiao was a little puzzled. In the Logia, animal-type zombies. Could it be like Elmar? Could it transform? Perhaps it was like Yi Hao in the Earth Dragon base. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao looked at the photo on the file. It was a ferocious male zombie with a pair of dark and fierce eyes, and there was indeed a beast-like vertical pupil. So ugly. Lin Qiao silently cursed. It was simply a face like a beast. But this was not after the transformation, it was a photo of the transformation. 2 hours later. Done. Tranquilizer number 2. One of the researchers said at this time. Let me check it first. Another person turned around and walked over. Here. The first person who spoke handed him the tube of medicine in his hand. The other person took the potion and walked to a strange instrument on the side. Then, he used a tool to get a small drop of the potion in his hand. Lin Qiao, who was in the space, immediately came out and looked at the side. He was curious about how they made the tranquilizer that was used on zombies. A few minutes later, the researcher raised his head. That's enough. After feeding him, we'll use tranquilizer number 2. It's about time. We can bring him over. Then, Lin Qiao saw a few people suddenly enter the freezer. Lin Qiao looked at the researchers strangely. Just now, they were talking about not letting the zombie wake up, but now they were talking about waking it up. What was going on? Feed. What was he trying to do? Then she saw a few tightly wrapped people untie the zombie from the shelf, and then drag it into another room. As soon as the door to the room was opened, Lin Qiao immediately smelled a faint smell of blood. Although the other party might have cleaned the room very thoroughly, there was still a lingering smell of blood in the room. At this time, all the researchers gathered in front of the monitor screen to watch. Lin Qiao also went over and saw that the zombie and the staff that untied it appeared in the empty room above. The workers quickly put the motionless zombies on the ground, and then quickly retreated. When they came out, all the locks in the room were locked, and the 4 walls and ceiling quickly lowered protective devices. Then, they saw a small door suddenly open in the corner of the room, and then a figure was pushed in. This figure was a man, his hands and feet were cuffed with chains. The man's expression was very blank. After he was pushed in, the door behind him was immediately locked. The man suddenly turned his head and suddenly saw the other zombie lying on the ground, and then his expression immediately turned into horror. He suddenly rushed to the door that he was pushed in and slammed hard on the door. Lin Qiao frowned, looking at the scene in front of her. She already had a guess. It seems that these people are going to feed this living person to the zombie king. The man inside desperately slammed the door, and after seeing that the door didn't respond, he immediately looked around to see if there was an exit. But after searching for a while, he lost all hope. Then he shrank into the corner, trembling as he looked at the zombie. 20 minutes later, Lin Qiao slowly felt that the aura inside was rising, and it was getting stronger and stronger. She knew that it was about to wake up. Sure enough, after half an hour, the rising aura of the zombie inside stopped. Although its strength didn't make Lin Qiao feel threatened, it was still very strong, not inferior to a rank 7 psychic. But Lin Qiao knew that the opponent's true strength wasn't like this. Because it might have been suppressed. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at the researchers here, and found that they all looked normal, obviously thinking that this should be a matter of course. They looked at the living people in the room with a cold attitude. At this time, the zombie lying on the ground had turned into a puddle of water because of the ice on its body, and it slowly climbed up. Seeing that the zombie got up, the person in the corner began to stiffen, and his pupils contracted as he looked at the zombie. Lin Chao thought that the zombie would immediately rush up, but what happened next made her stunned. Because the zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in her direction. A pair of pitch-black eyes with vertical pupils was staring in her direction. Ha! Ah! Ah! Suddenly being stared at by the zombie king, Lin Chao didn't have time to react, but the people around her were shocked. Why is it looking at us? Does it know that we are here? Impossible. But he's staring at us. This is the first time something like this has happened. Attention! Security team, be alert. The zombie king's gaze made these people panic, and they immediately notified the security team to be more vigilant. However, they didn't know that the zombie wasn't looking at them, but Lin Chao behind them. The other party had actually sensed her presence. Lin Chao slightly raised her eyebrows, not knowing what the zombie king was going to do next. Chapter 609. Lin Chao found it strange that the zombie ignored the human beside it. It only stared at her. Was it because of the connection between the same kind? Or was it guarding against her? This was because the zombie king was looking up at the surveillance camera. That was why the staff here were shocked. Lin Chao was also surprised that it would look at the surveillance camera. Obviously, this zombie's IQ was not low. At this moment, the zombie king suddenly lowered his head and turned to look at the person in the corner, who was completely stiff. What surprised Lin Chao was that the zombie didn't look at the human with killing intent. Instead, it looked like it was used to it. Ha! What did it mean? Didn't this thing eat humans? It seems that it still doesn't want to do it himself. At this moment, the researcher beside Lin Chao suddenly said. Lin Chao was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately realized what these people were thinking. So it was like this. No wonder, from the thoughts of the people here, Lin Chao understood. It turned out that this zombie wouldn't take the initiative to hurt humans, but they forced it to eat human flesh. Because this was the only way to ensure that the zombie's life could be maintained after a large amount of blood was extracted. In addition to feeding the living, it would also replenish the energy of the zombie core. The zombies inside just glanced at the human and immediately turned their gaze away. It looked left and right, and finally stared at the surveillance camera. Lin Chao looked at the zombie in surprise. There was actually a zombie that didn't eat humans. Then how did this guy grow to this level? At this moment, the zombie was very calm. Although this zombie looked ugly, it was normal from a zombie's point of view. Its sunken eye sockets matched with a pair of strange black eyes. Its face was full of muscles and prominent cheekbones. There was also a scar on its left cheekbone. Let's do it. I don't think it will take the initiative to attack this time. At this moment, one of the people in the research room suddenly said. They all had an expression as if they had expected it. Obviously, they didn't want to wait for the zombie to attack the human on its own. Because the longest time they waited was when they put the person inside for 3 days. This zombie didn't care at all. In the end, the person starved to death. However, after the person died, the zombie made a move. He would dig out the hearts of corpses and eat them, but he would only eat corpses. No matter what, it refused to touch a living person. Hearing someone say so, another person picked up the communicator and said, "Fire." 3 seconds later, a gunshot was heard from inside the room. Bang! With a gunshot, the zombies inside suddenly turned around. Lin Qiao had obviously sensed his displeasure, and it was intensifying. But very quickly, he suppressed his emotions and continued to turn his head to stare at the camera. The research lab was waiting for him to eat the heart of the person who was shot, but he found that the zombie was still standing there. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, after half an hour, the zombie still did not move. What's going on? What was wrong with him today? Why aren't they eating? The people in the research room were getting a little uneasy. Obviously, this situation had never happened before. Now that they saw zombies, they didn't even eat dead people. What was going on? Now that he didn't eat the dead, what could he do? If he didn't eat, the energy in the zombie's blood might lose its activity. What's going on? The others were also confused. Put the zombie cores in and see how he reacts. At this time, another person suddenly said. Not long after, they saw a wall in the room suddenly caved in, and then something rolled in. Lin Qiao looked and saw that it was a few level 5 zombie cores. After feeding a living person, he fed zombie cores. Obviously, this level 2 king's life here wasn't bad. However, even if a few zombie cores were thrown in, the zombie king didn't move. This is really strange. What's wrong with him today? The people in the research room couldn't figure out what was going on, so they could only continue to wait patiently. Only Lin Qiao knew what was going on. Because of her. At this time, the zombie sensed that a stronger one of its kind was nearby, so how could it have the mood to eat? Of course, its whole body entered a state of alert. This was a kind of animal instinct, not to mention that this was already a level 7 zombie, so its IQ was already very high. Lin Qiao silently followed the people in the research room and watched. After watching for 2 hours, the zombie still didn't do anything. The corpses next to it had already cooled down, and the zombie cores on the ground were also quietly lying on the ground. These two things that zombies liked the most couldn't attract this zombie's attention. It was really surprising. What do we do now? He hasn't eaten anything. Do we have to be locked up for 2 or 3 days like before? Moreover, our blood samples will be drawn in 2 days. At this time, someone asked. If he doesn't eat, then forget it, we don't have time to waste with him. Put in the tranquilizer. Someone said lightly. Then suddenly, the zombie inside the room suddenly sprayed a purple gas. Roar dash, when the gas sprayed out, the zombie inside suddenly became angry. It fiercely gritted its teeth and roared loudly. But its voice didn't come out, because the secret room was not only isolated, but also soundproof. But even without listening, it could be seen from his expression that he seemed to be agitated by something. Lin Qiao felt its anger. This zombie seemed to be very resistant to the gas. Was it because it could feel the effect of the tranquilizer on it? Or was the previous tranquilizer also injected in this way? Anyway, no matter what, this zombie was now beginning to become angry. It began to rampage in this room. The claws in its hands became very sharp, scratching the thick metal walls, but it couldn't break through. It arched its back. The hair on its head began to grow longer, the 2 human ears began to shrink, and thin black hair began to grow on its face. Then saw the shrunken ears at this time grew out, but the position slightly moved up, and it was 2 black, furry triangular ears. Ha! Lin Qiao looked at this zombie that turned into a big cat's face with a face of curiosity, and the black and thick fluffy tail that suddenly swung out. Is this a leopard? Roar, roar, roar. The human-shaped leopard inside was running left and right, but it couldn't get out of the iron-walled isolation room no matter how hard it tried. In contrast to Lin Qiao's calmness and curiosity, the people around her were all focused on the big leopard inside the room. Although they knew that this zombie would calm down after a while, they still didn't dare to relax. After all, this was also a level 7 level 2 king. Chapter 610. Lin Qiao looked at the level 2 zombie king inside and felt that it was very weak. Even though its face and claws had turned into that of a beast, its attack power was still not high. Otherwise, how could these iron walls and tempered glass trap it? How could this be? Was there something that was suppressing his attack power? She turned her head and looked at the researchers. She guessed that they had used some kind of medicine on the zombie king. After waiting for another 2 hours, the zombie inside shrank into a corner and stopped moving. At this time, the researcher walked in front of an instrument and looked at the sensor display on it, then nodded and said, "It's done." Then, the metal plate on the wall of the secret room rose up, and several people wearing protective suits walked in. They quickly took out a needle and began to draw blood from the zombie king. After drawing 3 tubes of blood, they finally stopped. Then, they quickly moved the zombie king into the freezer and locked it up. After a while, she saw someone walking into the research room with 3 tubes of thick black blood. Lin Qiao smelled it and felt that the aura contained in the blood was much stronger than the aura of the zombies in the secret room and the freezer. The moment she smelled the blood, Lin Qiao immediately frowned. Because the blood gave her an oppressive sense of crisis. It was not a feeling of coercion, but a feeling of conflict with the source of suppression. She moved closer to the tubes of blood and carefully felt it. It was indeed very repulsive. However, what made Lin Qiao feel strange was that there was no hostility or killing intent in the zombie's blood. In Lin Qiao's opinion, it was very pure. What was going on? Lin Qiao would only feel this kind of feeling from newborn zombies because their consciousness was still very vague, and they had not eaten humans before. But the zombie in front of her was already level 7, and after being caught here, it had also eaten human hearts, although it was not a living person's heart. No matter what, zombies that had eaten humans before would have their own aura muddy, and they would have their own hostility and killing intent. However, there was nothing in the blood of the zombie in front of her, which was very strange. It seemed that she still needed to figure out one thing before dealing with this zombie. Lin Qiao silently retreated and then stood by the door until these people got off work. Then, she followed them out. So if she took the zombie away now, she didn't know how much chaos it would cause. Would this zombie be able to follow her? If this guy wasn't willing to follow her, then she would still have to kill him so that he wouldn't be captured and studied by those humans in the future. But even if they took this zombie away now, humans would still develop other weapons to deal with zombies in the future. And then continue to kill zombies endlessly until all the zombies in the world are dead? From a human's point of view, even Lin Qiao would want to do this. But now that she was a zombie, she couldn't think like that. However, she couldn't stop this kind of thing, because even if she could stop it once, she couldn't stop it every time. Humans were not stupid. After 1 or 2 times of destruction, they would probably hide and study it. Therefore, this kind of thing could be stopped once or twice, but it could not be stopped in the future. Therefore, Lin Qiao gave up on the idea of causing trouble. He would rather think about how to avoid this kind of trouble in the future. The most important thing was to hide her identity. Out of the research building, Lin Qiao followed one of the researchers, who had a weak breath and a big psychological hole. Lin Qiao followed this person to the cafeteria of the research building and watched him eat dinner before walking out of the research building. She knew that this person didn't need to work overtime, so she planned to go home after dinner. As a researcher of an important subject in the base, this person's treatment was also very good, and he was also a psychic, although his level wasn't high. Lin Qiao followed him on the cable car to the outer area. There was still a cable car and other means of transportation in this base. Otherwise, it would take a long time to enter the inner area without a car. After following the researcher down the cable car, they walked for more than 10 minutes and entered a high-end residential area. More than a dozen buildings in the residential area were full of people. Lin Qiao followed this person all the way back home, a single apartment. There was a bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a small balcony. The man threw his work card and coat on the sofa in the living room, entered the room, and took a winter homeware into the bathroom. Lin Qiao picked up his work card and looked at it. This person was called Ling Xiantong, 32 years old. Before Doomsday, he was a man with a wife and children, but after Doomsday, he became a man with nothing. But fortunately, his original work was to study microorganisms, so after struggling for 3 years after Doomsday, he suddenly received the news that Huaxia Base recruited science and technology personnel from outside, and then he came to work in Huaxia Base. It was not that there was no work in other bases, but Huaxia Base was powerful and had more resources. Because of these, Ling Xiantong left the original Black Dragon base, and then joined Huaxia Base. He needed resources to do other experiments. Lin Qiao had been by his side and had sensed all this information from his thoughts. This person's heart was not all in this base, so Lin Qiao felt that there was a psychological hole in his mind. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Xiantong appeared with water vapor. But the water vapor on his body was not hot but cold. Lin Qiao could feel that the temperature coming out of the bathroom was cold. She glanced at this man. Cold water in winter. What kind of superpower did this person have? But no matter what kind of superpower he had, Lin Qiao directly took action. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiantong, who was walking to the bedroom, and then her figure flashed. No one knew that Ling Xiantong disappeared from his home. Ling Xiantong felt that his hand was suddenly pulled, and then his eyes suddenly became blurred. When he saw clearly again, he found that it was not his home. He was shocked, and suddenly turned his head to look at the direction where he was being pulled. He saw that a woman just let go of her hand, stepped back 2 steps, and looked at him indifferently. "You? Who are you?" Lin Qiao smiled faintly, looked at him and said, "You don't need to know who I am. The experiment you did secretly, you are afraid to be known by others, right?" Ling Xiantong stared at Lin Qiao alertly, and looked around. He appeared in a strange living room. The living room was very big, but the light here was very dim, just like the rainy weather outside, which made the light in the room dim. But as soon as he heard the words of this strange woman, Ling Xiantong's face immediately sank. "Who the hell are you?" This woman actually knew about him. That thing could not be known by others. Chapter 6:11. Is that so? Others might not know, but I do. Lin Qiao walked to the sofa and sat down. Then, she crossed her arms and looked at him. "You?" Ling Xiantong looked at her in shock. This woman actually knew what he was thinking about. A sense of crisis arose from being seen through, and it made his heart turn cold. "Aren't you working in the research center of this base so that you can use the conditions inside to research how to turn zombies back into humans? Do you think it's possible? Zombies are already dead, and the dead can't come back to life. Don't you know that?" Lin Qiao looked at him and said. Yes, this man's thoughts and secret was to develop a potion that could turn zombies back into humans. Moreover, this idea of his was seen in the zombie movies before, and it was obvious that he was led astray. "You? How do you know so clearly?" Ling Xiantong looked at her in shock, and he couldn't help but panic. No matter who it was, when their secret was suddenly known, they would be flustered. Moreover, this secret of his was suspected to be anti-human. If the people in the base found out, they would definitely stop him or chase him out of the base. "You don't have to care how I know. If you don't want me to say it, then you have to tell me something." Lin Qiao put away the smile on her face, and her eyes were still looking at him. If his secret was known, it meant that someone else had something to use against him. However, this woman in front of him looked very unfamiliar. He definitely hadn't seen her before, so how did she know about his secret? However, seeing that there was room for negotiation, Ling Xiantong heaved a sigh of relief. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "You just need to tell me how that zombie was caught." Lin Chao looked at him and said. A ray of light flashed in Ling Xuantong's eyes. When he heard Lin Chao's question, he immediately guessed something. This woman came from another place, so it was obvious that she was here for the potion. No, perhaps the main purpose wasn't the potion, but the special zombie that could produce the potion. "Why do you think that I would know about this?" Ling Xiantong calmed down slightly, and he looked at Lin Chao and asked. "Because you know. Since you know, you definitely won't let me say anything about you, right?" Lin Chao replied. Actually, she already knew the answer. After she asked this question, Ling Xuantong's mind subconsciously flashed with the situation regarding this matter. Hence, Lin Chao sensed it directly. Ling Xiantong looked at her in silence and did not make a sound. Lin Chao looked at him quietly and didn't urge him to continue. After a minute of silence, Ling Xiantong then said, "It was our leader who took action. This zombie's attack power is very strong, but its speed is slightly higher than its attack power. Its reaction is also more agile than a wild beast. We can't lock onto his whereabouts and position at all, so no matter how powerful the weapon is, it's useless if it can't lock onto the target." Lin Chao was deep in thought. He suddenly asked, "You mean, he only cares about avoiding the attacks from your base, but he doesn't have the intention to take the initiative to attack? How did you find him? Also, what's with this zombie that doesn't eat living people?" From Ling Xuantong's words, Lin Chao noticed that he said he couldn't lock onto the opponent's position. If this zombie attacked people first, then it wouldn't be impossible to lock onto the target. Also, from the zombie's indifferent reaction to the living people in the same room, she didn't know what was going on with this zombie. Moreover, since the afternoon, when she felt the zombie's emotions and the breath in its blood, Lin Chao had a strange feeling. Because when this zombie woke up, it was very calm. After food was sent in, it didn't go crazy like other zombies when it smelled the scent of living people. Instead, it ignored it. "We're not too sure about this. From the moment we caught it, it wouldn't attack living people. Also, I heard that the people who went to catch it back then were all attacked and injured because they forced it into a corner. But the strange thing is that none of those people died. The number of people who went to catch it was the same number of people who came back. But in the end, they didn't catch this zombie. I also heard that this zombie was accidentally found by the corpse hunting team. At that time, it was hunting, but it was a level 6 mutated beast," Ling Xiantong said. Anyway, these things weren't considered confidential, so there was no problem for Ling Xiantong to say it. As expected. Lin Chao nodded, as if she had guessed something. Was the pure feeling from his body because he didn't eat humans, but mutated animals? Lin Chao had only seen 2 zombies that would eat animals. One was Chio Lily, and the other was obviously El March. Although these 2 guys had some hostility, it wasn't the evil kind. So when Lin Chao sensed its aura in the freezer today, that was why she had that familiar feeling. In any case, it was a level 2 king tier that was accidentally discovered. At first, the people of the base only wanted to obtain its zombie core. Later, because the zombie's whereabouts were too unpredictable, the leader of the base personally went out to capture it. After catching it, they realized that its blood was a little special. As for why it doesn't eat living people, we don't know either, Ling Xiantong said. Lin Chao nodded and said, "All right, I got it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about you. But it's impossible for zombies to turn back into living people. You should give up on that." Lin Chao was surprised that this man's persistence could persist until now. After hearing what she said, Ling Xuantong's expression froze for a moment, then he lowered his head. He also knew that this strange woman was right. It was impossible to turn zombies into living people. There was no scientific basis for it. The current technology hadn't advanced to such a level yet. But he didn't want to give up, because he wanted to turn his family back. If you don't mind, your two family members can be brought to my base. That way, at least they will have a place to stay. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chao suddenly said. Because this man, for the sake of his wife and daughter who turned into zombies, would rather believe in the plot of the movie. Now, he was thinking of ways to get a result. Just this persistence and stubbornness made Lin Chao very surprised. And she wanted to try and see if she could win this person over to her base. After all, he was a technician. Her base lacked such talents. Lin Chao's words made Ling Xiantong very surprised. He looked at Lin Chao in disbelief. Did this woman mean that she could give him a place to do this research openly? Chapter 6:12. Just as he was thinking about Lin Chao's intentions, Lin Chao stood up and walked towards him. Ling Xiantong looked at her with his guard up. All right, since we're done talking, I'll send you back. I'll send you back. Lin Chao walked over and put a hand on his shoulder after saying that. Ling Xiantong looked at her in confusion while keeping his guard up. However, when she touched him, his vision blurred and he was back at his home again. If you need anything, you can come to the base next to Sea City. Lin Chao left him with this sentence and suddenly disappeared in front of him. Ling Xiantong was shocked. His eyes focused and he immediately looked left and right. After turning around, he didn't see the strange woman anymore. On the other side, Lin Chao had already dashed out from the balcony of her house and jumped to the roof. She looked at the sky and it was already dark. The cold wind on the rooftop blew at the hem of Lin Chao's clothes. Although it was dark, the white snow and all kinds of lights were shining in front of her. The light in front of her was still very bright. Although in Lin Chao's eyes, there was no difference. Lin Chao turned around and was ready to go to the research building and get the zombie out. She didn't care about the consequences of this meeting. Her goal was to get the zombie. From the results of her previous observation, this zombie had already met Lin Chao's standards. However, for the next observation, it was better to get the zombie in her hands and slowly observe it. But at this moment, Lin Chao suddenly stopped. She turned around and stared at the direction outside the base, which was the direction she came from. The aura over there. After sensing the aura, Lin Chao immediately turned around and dashed out of the base. She actually forgot about these people at the Earth Dragon base. Alright, actually I forgot about them. At this moment, Li Zheng and the others, along with Xie Dong's small group of zombies. He was surrounded by a large group of ferocious-looking roe deer who were baring their teeth. Damn! When did these dumb roe deer become so fierce? These teeth are actually used to eat meat. Lin Yu's back was against everyone as he stared vigilantly at the countless calves and roe deer that had formed a circle around them. He was dumbfounded. The big, curious, and silly roe deer in their memories were nothing compared to the fierce eyes, sharp teeth, and drooling roe deer in front of them. Fortunately, their own combat strength was not low. Although they were all level 2 or 3 ability users, they were not eaten by the roe deer, but they were in a very difficult situation. Because there were too many of them. There are too many of them. If we continue like this, we'll run out of energy. We can't go on like this, Li Zheng said with a serious expression. There were tens of thousands of roe deers, and they were all very fast. As long as there was an opportunity, it would pounce on them fiercely, catching them off guard. Fortunately, Li Zheng was an ice-type metahuman. Under such weather conditions, his energy output was the least, allowing him to last longer. In fact, after such a long period of consumption, people could no longer use their abilities. They could only shoot at the deer with their guns. However, they didn't have many bullets left, so they didn't dare to shoot randomly. Right at this moment, another 2 big roe deers leaped out. They opened their mouths wide and pounced towards them with ferocious expressions. Li Zheng turned around, but he hadn't made a move yet. The 2 roe deers were attacked and retreated. However, the ones who attacked were not them, but Xie Dong and the other zombies who were protecting them. Since these roe deers weren't interested in zombies, their target was Li Zheng's group of living humans. Therefore, Xie Dong led his zombie team to temporarily surround Li Zheng and the others, forming a protective circle for them. We've been trapped for a day. I'm afraid it's not good to delay any longer. Feng Mingyu glanced at the dense group of roe deers around them. The pairs of eyes that were staring at them made him very anxious. As he spoke, 7 or 8 roe deers rushed out from the group and rushed towards them. However, they were quickly beaten down by Li Zheng and the others. These roe deers that were beaten back were either injured or dead, and they were quickly eaten by their own kind, leaving pools of blood and carcasses in the snow. It's too cruel. They are fighting over their own companions. Feng Mingyu looked at the scene with a face full of pity. I say, you still have the mood to care about this. Over there. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked him without looking back. Then, they saw another roe deer fiercely jump out and pounce towards them. At this time, Lei Yao suddenly said in a deep voice, I think we might have cleared the obstacles for Lu Zhuofeng's convoy. If we hadn't lured these roe deers over, they would have definitely blocked his convoy. There's nothing we can do. We are too weak, and we have too few people. It's easier for these animals to deal with us than a level 8 metahuman. Their teeth and mouths are not the only things that have evolved. Their intelligence has also evolved, Lin Yu said. After being trapped for a day, they still couldn't break out of the encirclement of these roe deers. They couldn't kill all of them, so everyone's mood was very heavy. What should we do now? Lu Zhuofeng might have already reached the Huaxia base. How are we going to get out of here? Looking at the continuous encirclement of roe deers, countless eyes were still staring at them. No one dared to relax. In addition, the sky was now dark, and the movements of these animals were even more unpredictable. Just as everyone was trapped, suddenly, a voice came from above the forest. There are at least tens of thousands of roe deers here. These mutated roe deers have a terrifying reproductive ability. When Li Zheng and the others heard this voice, they instantly revealed a look of surprise. Then, they looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a dark figure standing on a tree branch. Lin Qiao jumped down and landed in front of Li Zheng and the others. At the same time, he threw a rope in his hand and tied them up, then brought them into the space. After throwing Li Zheng and the others into the living room of the small building, Lin Qiao said, What's going on? Didn't you guys ask about this place before? To think that we would be surrounded by those fierce roe deers. At this time, Feng Mingyu suddenly jumped out and said angrily, We fell into Lu Zhuofeng's trap. He lured the roe deers over to us. We were careless, Li Zheng said at this time. He slightly lowered his head, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. They specialized in gathering information, so of course, they knew that there were such mutated roe deers in this area, and the number was terrifying. But they did not expect that someone like Lu Zhuofeng would secretly lead the herd of roe deers over to them. The other party must have discovered their ruins long ago, so he did this. On one hand, he could get rid of them, and on the other hand, he could lure the roe deers away to avoid harassment. Chapter 613. Leader. It seems that the Earth Dragon base will become an affiliated base of Hidden Cloud City, and I heard that half of the remaining granary has been transported back to Hidden Cloud City. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly looked at her with bright eyes and said. When he spoke, He was very excited and looked at Lin Chao's eyes with worship. Let's talk about it later. Lin Chao smiled and nodded to him, then turned around and left the space. After coming out, there were still a lot of roe deers in front of them. But these roe deers seemed to have lost their target and were turning left and right. At this time, Xia Dong and a few zombies had already jumped on the tree, but they didn't leave, but waited for Lin Chao to appear. As soon as Lin Chao appeared, she also jumped on the branch and shouted, "Let's go." Then several figures immediately jumped out, flashed over the tree, and went to the direction of Huaxia base. Not long after, Lin Chao took Xia Dong and his team to the periphery of Huaxia town. After stopping, she put several zombies into the space, and then stood in front of the small building to have a look. After bringing Li Zheng and others in, dozens of roe deers on the lawn across the lake immediately came over, but they could only stop by the lake and look at this side. Because the two sides of the lake couldn't pass through. Lin Chao said to Xia Dong, "Take your team and line up here." After that, she found a few large barrels, and then went to the lake to fill the water and drag them back to the small building. This time, she didn't drag them directly to the door of the small building, but put them against the side wall. Then she went to the front of Xia Dong's team and pointed to the bucket on the wall to the 5 level 4 zombies, "Go and take off your clothes, and then go in and take a bath." After that, she looked at the watch and said to Xia Dong, 2 hours. Xia Dong understood what she meant, and he nodded. She just wanted to let these zombies take a bath for 2 hours. Since they are so obedient and can follow you all the time, this is their reward. Lin Chao said again. Lin Chao turned her head and looked at the zombies who were fighting with their clothes, and then turned away. But she turned back again after only 2 steps. "Oh, you train them how to take off clothes and put on clothes. You are now your soldiers, so you have to take care of them." After saying that, he turned around and entered the small building. Xia Dong silently looked at the level 4 zombies that had been following him for a while, and then looked at the direction where Lin Chao had left. He had a feeling that he was going to be a nanny. What was going on? After Lin Chao entered the small building, the people standing in the living room immediately looked at her. She stood in the middle of the living room and waved at them. Li Zheng and the others immediately stood in front of her, waiting for her instructions. "After a while, I will let you out directly in Huaxia City. You should pay attention to your whereabouts, and then help me to inquire about the situation and the number of people coming from other bases." Lin Chao looked at them and said, "Yes." Li Zheng and the others answered. "After you get the news, find a place to hide. You don't have to look for me. I'll find you on my own," Lin Chao said again. "Yes." After explaining their tasks, Lin Chao left the space in a flash. After Lin Chao left, Li Zheng and the others slowly dispersed. But they still stayed in the living room and didn't go far. Feng Mingyu's face was drooling. He stood at the door and looked at the pile of grain in the distance and said, "How long do you think the grain in the 2 granaries can last for our base? Our base now has less than 5,000 people. These are enough for 3 years, at least." Li Zheng walked over and stood beside him and said, "Does this mean that we have earned back the capital with interest?" Feng Mingyu still looked at the outside with a drooling face. "Although our leader killed Long Yubai, the homes of hundreds of thousands of people in our base have been destroyed and so many people have died. This is what the Earth Dragon base owes us. They can't pay it back." Li Zheng said coldly. "Yes, Lin Ruifeng, Yi Hao and He Mu are all missing. Did our leader feed them to the zombies or directly burn them? Or did you just burn it with the hellfire?" Feng Mingyu suddenly wiped away the drooling expression on her face and turned to ask Li Zheng curiously. According to the news, the living room of Lin Ruifeng's house had traces of being burnt, but his brother's body was left in the bedroom. It is estimated that Lin Ruifeng was burned. Li Zheng said. I think so too. It's a pity that the leader didn't kill Lu Zhuofeng. Feng Mingyu said with some pity. Lu Zhuofeng is already level 8. His strength can't be compared to before. I think with our leader's strength, if we want to kill him, we may have to spend a lot of effort. But the leader seems to have plans for the next step. At this time, Lin Yu also came over and said while drooling while looking at the pile of grain. Wipe your saliva, okay? Feng Mingyu turned to look at him and said. You have the nerve to talk about others. You were drooling just now too. Li Zheng rolled his eyes and said something for Lin Yu. At this time, a figure flashed behind them. Lin Qiao came in. You can go out now. Come here. Lin Qiao looked around and said to them. Li Zheng and the others immediately gathered in front of Lin Qiao and took the rope that Lin Qiao threw over. Then when she pulled it, their vision blurred and they went out. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a dark place and a gust of cold air enveloped them. Looking closely, they seemed to be in an alley without lights. Lin Qiao walked to the entrance of the alley and looked around. Then, she turned around and tilted her head at them. Li Zheng and the others immediately went over quietly and jumped out agilely. Soon, they disappeared into the night of the city. Even in the snow, they didn't leave any trace. They were members of the intelligence team after all. Leaving no trace was a skill that they should have learned. Lin Qiao disappeared in the night. She directly jumped to the 2-story building at the side and then to the tall building on the other side. Then, she turned around and flashed towards the direction of the research building. On the other side, in Ling Xuantong's house, Lin Qiao had already left for a few hours but Ling Xiantong had been sitting quietly on the sofa. The purpose of Lin Qiao's visit made Ling Xiantong feel that the meeting this time might be very chaotic. He didn't know if the purpose of this strange and dangerous woman was the batch of medicine or the zombie. From the fact that she only asked about the situation of the zombie, Ling Xiantong didn't dare to determine if she was really here for the zombie. Or maybe she really wanted to bring the zombie away. Because of the uniqueness of the zombie, all the major bases would definitely be curious about it. After being curious, they would definitely use it to research other things or develop the same medicine like what China did. In the future, they wouldn't need to exchange a large amount of resources for medicine. Humans were greedy. Chapter 6:14. No matter what, Ling Xiantong knew that Lin Qiao didn't come with good intentions. He also knew that this wouldn't be good for Huaxia City's conference. But when Lin Qiao came looking for him, he was very determined that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. But it made sense, he already knew his background. With that thing restricting him, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone. He had clearly hidden that matter very well, so how could it be discovered by an outsider? Ling Xiantong couldn't help but be curious about what the woman was going to do next. Was she really going to steal the zombie away? That would be fun. The people from all the bases had arrived, but the main zombie was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was thinking about this, he didn't know that Lin Qiao had already started to move. It was hard to get any information in the middle of the night. Therefore, the first thing Li Zheng and the others had to do was to figure out the terrain and environment of the base. They would only start to gather information when the sun rose. Lin Qiao dashed towards the research building and quickly reached the roof. On the other side was the building that Wu Qingyue was in. This building was cleared out by the Huaxia base to accommodate the people from all the bases. I really don't understand why you brought Lingling over when you came here. It's too cold here, what if the child can't get used to it? Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue with disapproval. Although he had said this many times, every time he saw Wu Yueling wrapped up like a ball, he couldn't help but say it. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Wu Yueling was wearing a furry underwear, a sweater in the middle, a long down jacket on the outermost, and a pair of thick cotton pants on her legs. She had a knitted hat on her head, and there were 2 balls of fur hanging down from the sides of the hat. Her long hair was flying around her neck. I didn't bring her, I was worried about leaving her alone in the base. What if she doesn't see me and her illness acts up? Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling and said to Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing knew that he would have the same answer, so he sighed, that's true. I'm talking about you, you've said this many times. Can you stop? This time it was Wu Qingyue's turn to look at him unhappily. Yes. Oh right, Lu Zhuofeng has already arrived at the base. The people from the other bases are also here. I wonder if Miss Lu is here. Xiao Liqing changed the topic. Who knows? Anyway, even if she wants to come in openly, she can't. Wu Qingyue laughed. Because there was a virus detector at the door, she was afraid that the alarm would go off as soon as she approached. In another room downstairs, Lu Zhuofeng stayed in his own room. Not long after he entered Huaxia City, his people came to him. The research building includes other research institutes, and the virus research is under that building. We dived down, but we couldn't find the location of the zombie. But I'm sure it's in the underground research facility, Lu Zhuofeng's subordinate said. What about the others? Lu Zhuofeng nodded and asked. We've sent people to investigate in secret, the subordinate replied. Lu Zhuofeng didn't need his subordinates to explain what they were looking for. He knew that all the other bases wanted to find out the whereabouts of the zombie. How's the situation in Sea City? Also, didn't that woman in Sea City do anything? Did anyone come from the uptown? Lu Zhuofeng suddenly thought of the situation in Sea City and continued to ask. Hearing his question, the subordinate in front of him became very confused. He replied, it's strange. Although the woman went back and made a lot of noise, the leaders of the base in Sea City didn't pay attention to her. Not even a few days later, this woman was crippled. The base in the uptown called back all the people, but no one came out. Disabled? What do you mean? Lu Zhuofeng looked at him with some surprise and asked. When she was found in a relatively hidden basement. Although there was still a trace of breath, it seemed that she hadn't eaten for several days. Moreover, her superpower core was broken, so her superpower was disabled. She also lost consciousness and was no different from a vegetative person. The subordinate replied. Hey! Who did it? Where is the location? Lu Zhuofeng was more surprised when he heard it. Becoming a vegetative person meant that she was not dead. Could it be the people in the uptown? Or this woman really saw some secret in the uptown, so the people in the uptown didn't dare to go against the people in Sea City on the surface, but they did it in secret. There is another theory. It is said that the basement was actually used by Yan Fangyu to keep a male pet, and then the male pet may have taken advantage of her injury and escaped. The subordinate paused and said, although I don't know if this was done by the man in the basement, it is true that Yan Fangyu kept a male pet. This woman has a very clean reputation on the surface. I didn't expect that she couldn't bear the loneliness behind the scenes. Lu Zhuofeng said expressionlessly. Then he asked, didn't the people in Hangzhou come? No, the subordinate replied. Lu Zhuofeng thought for a while and then shook his head. No, they must have come. Otherwise, that team wouldn't have followed me all the way here. He thought that after coming out of the Earth Dragon, there was a team of people secretly following him from a distance. Did they think he didn't know? They dared to follow a level 8 paranormal like him. They must have some guts. So when he arrived here, he knew that there was a large number of mutant road deer tens of kilometers south of China, and they were very aggressive, so he lured the group of people to the herd. It was just a group of level 2 and 3 paranormal, and there were so many of them, there were tens of thousands of them. As long as the level 5 paranormal died in a few days, the others would certainly not be able to escape the fate of being eaten by countless roe deer. Because Xie Dong didn't move in the same direction as Li Zheng, and because he was a zombie, Lu Zhuofeng didn't notice their existence. The subordinate thought for a while and guessed, then they must have escaped our surveillance, and we didn't see them enter China. You didn't see any strange people enter the city. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes flashed, and his thick black eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The subordinate shook his head, and then suddenly nodded. Oh, there was a group of people that was very strange. They said they came from Qingshan base, and they brought a mutant dog with them. What's even more strange is that the people from China also let the mutant dog in. Because in ordinary bases, they wouldn't let in mutant beasts of unknown origin. Chapter 6:15. Green Mountain Base. Lu Zhuofeng frowned. He had never heard of this base before. It was an unfamiliar name. Could it be? Is it the name given to the new base in Uptown? Are they from that side? He asked. The subordinate shook his head and said with a serious expression, No, they are not from that side. We don't know where they are from, and we can't find out their origins. But those people are not from Uptown. Moreover, they are very strong. If they are from the old Pluto base in Uptown, it is impossible that we don't know them. I heard that the people from Green Mountain Base are also rank 8 metahumans. There are also 2 rank 7 metahumans accompanying them. What? Rank 8? Impossible. If they are rank 8, how come so many of our bases don't know of their existence? They even brought 2 rank 7 metahumans, they are leaders. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes widened as he stared at his subordinate in disbelief. Right now, all the major bases are secretly investigating the background of these people, but there has been no progress. His subordinate had already expected such a reaction from Lu Zhuofeng, so his expression did not change. When Lu Zhuofeng heard this, it was obvious that it was true. His eyelids drooped as he lowered his head, deep in thought. On the other side, Wu Qingyue was also listening to the new information. It was also about Green Mountain Base. Ha! Is it that group of people? Didn't they bring that dog to our base last time? Wu Qingyue said. Yes, it's them. However, this time, it wasn't Lei Cheng's team that was led by a man named Lan Lu. It was said that his ability had already reached the 8th rank. And Lei Cheng and the vice-captain he brought last time are just accompanying him. Xiao Liqing looked at the information in his hand and said to Wu Qingyue. Rank 8. Since when are there rank 8 metahumans everywhere? What are they trying to do? The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared, and he said with an expressionless face. The background of this Green Mountain Base is very secretive. We can't find any information about them, and we can't find any information about the other bases. Xiao Liqing said in agreement. The last time these 2 people came, they already felt that it was strange. There was a traitor who became a robber of the apocalypse, and it was a level 7. However, as soon as this group of people appeared, the information about the robbers disappeared. Although it was said that it was Miss Lu from Uptown who took care of it, the 2 people who came later also had high ability levels. Now, another level 8 had appeared, and it was even a leader. In that case, the strength of this base would not be inferior to a medium-sized base. However, such a base had always been hidden, not interacting with other bases at all, and not coming out at all. If it weren't for the robber named Tang He, everyone might not have known about their existence until now. He didn't know how the Chinese base would predict this Qingshan base. Or perhaps these 2 bases had been in contact with each other in secret all along. Since the other party could secretly develop to this level of strength, they must have their own methods. I just don't know why he chose to appear at this time when he's already so strong. Wu Qingyue leaned against the back of the sofa, crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his hand and rubbed the tip of his chin with his fingers. The number of people in this base seems to be very small every time. The last time they came to our base, there were only 2 people and a dog. This time, there were only 7 people, plus a dog. However, the level of ability is a taboo. How did these people level up? Xiao Liqing was also puzzled. He continued, in fact, apart from Lan Lu, who has an 8th level arcana, Lei Qing, who has a 7th level arcana, and Zheng Hao, who has a 6th level arcana. There's also a level 7, a level 6, and 2 level 5 mutants. Although they were few in number, with the strength of their special ability, even if they were to deal with 3 or more legions, they would not be able to do anything to them. So, how much strength did they have in their main base? Even if they were here, they definitely wouldn't reveal their full strength. How strong are the other bases? Who are they? Wu Qingyue suddenly asked about the situation in the other bases. Oh. Xiao Liqing flipped through the information in his hand and said, Hidden Cloud City's Lu Zhuofeng brought Lan Qijie, the former weapons manager of the local dragon base, here. He didn't bring many people with him, probably around 500. Due to He Mu's disappearance, the other leader, Li Zhengye, came with a deputy, Su Changmu. The Mongols, on the other hand, had Bao Qingji and his deputy, Zhang Xinglong. They didn't bring any troops with them, just a garrison of less than 100 men. The Mongols' base is closest to China. Both sides have a good relationship, so there's no need to bring so many people. Wu Qingyue nodded. Xiao Liqing nodded. That's right, the 2 bases have been working closely together for the past few years. Next up is Black Dragon's Gao Haoyun, another leader. He brought 2 6th level adepts with him. One of the 6th level adepts is the deputy leader, and the other is the leader of a group of freelance corpse hunters. They have around 300 men with them. Gao Haoyun is the ice type, I think, Wu Qingyue said. Correct. Both Black Dragon and Black Dragon have been eliminated, and Green Mountain has been added to their ranks. 3 8th level adepts, including you. It looks like the Mongols, Skyfire, and the 3 eastern provinces are in for a rough ride. Xiao Liqing said. Not necessarily. Don't be fooled by their lack of strength. Who knows if they have something up their sleeves? Wu Qingyue shook his head. Everyone's eyes must be on Green Mountain. Just because we don't make a move doesn't mean Lu Zhuofeng will. You're right. Xiao Liqing nodded. Every major base had sent their leaders, and the result of their discussion was that they'd make a reservation first, then go back and prepare the supplies. Because they didn't know the price, they wouldn't be able to bring what they wanted. Even if they managed to get their hands on the elixirs, they'd have to wait and see what other factions would do. If Wu Qingyue didn't make a move, then only Green Mountain and Hidden Cloud City had a chance. But both sides needed to get a feel for each other's movements. What if they ran into each other? If Hidden Cloud City had such intentions, then Skyfire would be their next target. But which side was Green Mountain's base on? It was because they didn't know the ins and outs of Green Mountain that Hidden Cloud City would be more cautious. Chapter 6:16. In the past, Hidden Cloud City would have made a move against Skyfire base. As for Earth Dragon, they probably didn't care about them. But now this Green Mountain base of unknown origin has appeared, and their strength is not to be underestimated. That's why Hidden Cloud City is wary. Xiao Liqing followed Wu Qingyue's train of thought. That's right. That's why we have a big tiger to make everyone afraid. That's why no one dares to make a move. Wu Qingyue grinned. In the rooms of the other leaders in this building, they were all discussing similar topics. If Lu Zhuofeng dares make a move against us, then we can use the fact that he destroyed Earth Dragon's base and killed our leader He Mu as a reason to confront them. Then we can point the finger at Hidden Cloud City as the mastermind behind the attack on Hades. Hidden Cloud City will have the right to defy the rules of coexistence between human bases. They'll actively disrupt the balance of power between the major bases to target them. That way we can ally with the other bases to take them down. In Skyfire Base's room, Li Jingye sat on the sofa, his expression calm. He Mu's disappearance and Lu Zhuofeng's breakthrough didn't concern him much. He continued, after all, the most important thing we need to deal with now is the zombie army that is everywhere outside. Li Jingye's name was a fitting one. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor skinny, and he wasn't old. He looked like a man in his 30s, but in reality he was. His discipline was a special snow adept. Snowflakes didn't do much damage, but they could control the temperature. After reaching rank 7, Li Jingye could completely reduce the temperature within a kilometer to -50 degrees Celsius. The closer the range, the lower the temperature. Ice adepts could freeze people to death, but Li Jingye could freeze them to death. Imagine the temperature dropping to -70 or 80 degrees. Not only would the body's reflexes slow, but it would also be difficult for an adept to control their limbs. For a normal person, it was impossible to survive. That was why Li Jingye was called the Martian, because the temperature on Mars was -80 degrees. Sitting beside him was a 6th-level adept, Su Changmu, the vice leader of Skyfire Base. He nodded. You're right. But where did this Qingshan base come from? Previously, there was no news of this base at all, and now it suddenly appeared. Moreover, it was a rank 8 metahuman, and it was unknown if the opponent's strength was a little stronger than Lu Zhuofeng's. After all, Lu Zhuofeng just broke through. Who knows? At the very least, they would have to fight the other party themselves to find out. In any case, I'm definitely not a match for him, Li Jingye said as he looked out of the window. Now, in addition to the Huaxia base that has a level 8 arcanist, Qingshan base has also appeared after Sea City and Sangyin City. Our base's strength is too far behind. Su Changmu frowned. What can we do? If Gui Kong had been able to snatch back the Nether Flame crystal core, he might have been able to break through. I just didn't expect Mu to be so incompetent. Li Jingye frowned as he said the last sentence. He was disappointed that Mu didn't live up to his expectations. Indeed. Aside from Netherflame, no one else is more suitable for Leader Gu. Su Changmu nodded. Although that's what I thought, they actually let Netherflame self-destruct. Didn't they say that they had already used medicine to control it in advance? Li Jingye said with some annoyance. This is something that no one expected. This woman is not simple to begin with. The energy from her self-destruction actually formed a poison zone. She really can't settle down even in death. Su Changmu sighed. I know, right? Li Jingye nodded, but he quickly flipped the page. But this Qingshan base, we don't even know where it is located. Then, could these people be the strongest force in their base? Or just a part of them? I believe we will know soon. Since they have appeared at this time, they are definitely not afraid of others probing them. When they return, we can follow them and investigate. Maybe we will find some clues. Su Changmu said after some thought. That's because the other party deliberately leaked information about their base. Li Jingye agreed. Meanwhile, in the room where the guests of Qingshan base stayed, they were discussing something else. Do you think the people from that base have not come here? Lan Lu was a level 8 arcanist. No one knew what his arcana was. We did not receive any news, and we did not see any suspicious people enter the base. And according to the information from uptown, those people are staying in the new base. Zheng Hao stood to the side and looked at Lan Lu sitting on the sofa. Lan Lu wore a pair of glasses and looked very gentle. He looked fair and clean, but a little thin. His hair was neatly combed, and his eyes were bright. He seemed to be in high spirits. Lei Ching sat on the sofa next to him with an expressionless face. He said, "When we are done here, should we go there? Anyway, there will definitely be a lot of people following behind. This way, we can also attract their attention." "That's a good idea, but I want to quickly take the medicine back and study it. You two can take the others there. I will go back to the base," Lan Lu said after some thought. "If we go, those people will not be easy to deal with." Lei Ching glanced at him. Lan Lu glanced at him and said, "Who asked you to deal with them? Can't you just go and visit them openly? Bring more gifts." Their new base is definitely lacking in stone materials. If you bring some strong adhesives over, their attitude will definitely be much better. We have to visit them in good faith. We don't want to be enemies with them. You have to know your own position, understand? "Oh, I know." Lei Ching could only respond. Lan Lu continued to analyze, think about it. If they can live peacefully with zombies like us, they must have a way. As for why they can make zombies talk, I think they are in the same situation as us, so they won't make things difficult for us. After all, they can tolerate special zombies, which means they are on the same boat as us. As long as we don't do anything bad to them, we won't be pushed off the boat. After all, it may be the result of mutual destruction. Lei Ching didn't say anything and just nodded. "I think they will definitely come here. After all, this medicine in China is used to deal with zombies. This is a big problem for us, and it is the same for them. They can't just ignore it," Sheng Hao suddenly said. Chapter 617. The people of Qingshan Base were discussing how to get close to Lin Qiao and the others. "Before you came here, you said that it would be great if we could catch that talking zombie to study it. Now you want us to get close to them. Is that your purpose?" Lei Ching looked at him. "I did have this idea, but I felt that they didn't defend us, so it doesn't seem good to do so." "Well, so, we should wait to study that zombie." Lan Lu touched his chin and said. The others looked at him with a strange expression. "Hey, boss, did someone cross over to you? Are you not interested in this kind of strange thing? Don't you like to study these unreasonable things?" At this time, another man in the room suddenly said with a smile. "If I want to study it, it should be within my ability. Do you want me to fight with them when I don't know the details of them? What if they beat me back? If that's the case, our relationship will be ruined." Lan Lu glared at him. "With you, even if the other party is a level 8 zombie emperor, it won't be a match for you. Well, if you really fight with it, then you are still a bit weak." That man said, but then he felt that what he said was not right. Hee, it's not just a bit weak. Our boss is just a spirit type, but he is smart. A level 8 zombie emperor is not a joke. Besides, are there really level 8 zombies now? But then again, those in Hangzhou should have just broken through level 7 not long ago. Sheng Hao said with a smile. It is already very unusual to have 3 level 7 zombies. How can it be so easy to break through from level 6 to level 7? Our base can't even reach level 7 now. That base is not simple, we should be more cautious. Lei Cheng's handsome face was expressionless, and he said lightly. When these people talked about zombies, they didn't use them as a unit. Obviously, they didn't treat those zombies as strange creatures. Or in these people's hearts, the zombies in their base were just people who had changed to another mode of survival. Of course it is not simple, needless to say. That's why I asked you guys to go and probe the other party's intentions first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go back to Huaxia and develop this medicine. Then, I'll go to Hangzhou. By the way, have you found the location of the zombie in China? Lan Lu glanced at everyone. Lei Ching shook his head. No, early I didn't find it either. We can't even use a dog's nose. Maybe we can only find their own kind. Why don't you think of a way to let one of them come in from the outside? With the ability to sense each other, they might be able to find out where it is, Lan Lu said after some thought. Okay, I'll do it. Zheng Hao responded, stood up, turned around, and walked out. At this time, Lin Qiao was sneaking towards the research building, but when she was about to reach it, she suddenly stopped. She stood on the roof of a building about a kilometer away from the research building and looked ahead with a confused expression. Someone had actually beaten them to it. Who could it be? Lin Qiao paused for a moment before continuing to move forward, disappearing in the dark night. When she arrived at the research building, she did not directly enter the basement downstairs. Instead, she changed her position outside and waited quietly. However, although this group of people found the place, their movements seemed to be hindered. It wasn't until 3:00 in the morning that she saw this group of people crawling out of the sewer on the other side of the building. She didn't know how they got over there. However, seeing that the other party had already carried out the frozen zombie, Lin Qiao was very surprised. These people actually succeeded. Sigh, it seemed that they had some tricks up their sleeves. She just didn't know which side they were from. Lin Qiao curiously moved closer to the group of people. However, just as she was about to move, the alarm in the research building suddenly rang loudly, and the sharp sound instantly echoed in the silent night. Soon, there was a commotion in the research building. The soldiers rushed out one after another, all of them looking nervous and searching around. Then, in the midst of chaos, soon after, the person in charge appeared. The lights of the entire building were turned on, and the alarm continued to ring. Lin Qiao looked back at the situation behind her, then turned around and silently followed the group of people who quietly sneaked away. China's response was very fast. In less than a minute, all the gates and exits were blocked. The alert in this area was instantly raised to the highest point, and several figures quickly flashed across the rooftop. Then, the entire city was locked down. All the gates on the walls were closed, and people could only enter but not leave. Lin Qiao's transparent figure silently avoided those who flashed past. She stood by the side of the building and looked down, only to see a few people hiding in a place that was not easy to find. 2 people were carrying the frozen zombies. Moreover, these 2 people were ice ability users. While looking for the zombies, they also had to use their abilities to support them. Therefore, within a few minutes, everyone in the building where the guests from the major bases stayed received the news. Ha! Such a big movement, what's going on? Wu Qinghua thought for a moment and guessed, could it be that someone stole the potion? It's possible. Xiao Liqing said. It turned out to be in the underground of the research building, but it's a pity that someone got there first. You go to find that group of people and see who they are. Lan Lu of Qingshan Base said with his hands on his chest. Okay. Lei Qing immediately went out with Zheng Hao. Whose people are they? Whose people are they? Lu Zhuofeng's expression was a bit ugly after hearing the news. At present, we don't know which side they are, and now although the whole Huaxia city has been blocked, we haven't found those people yet. Su Changmu said. Wait a minute, someone will find us soon. Lu Zhuofeng said. Sure enough, the person he mentioned arrived very quickly. The people of Huaxia Base began to search everywhere. After arriving at the building where the leaders of the major bases stayed, they searched every room with the reason that there were bandits in the Doomsday had sneaked into the base. For the safety of everyone, they were searching the whole city. Of course, in the face of people like Wu Qingyue, Lu Zhuofeng, Lan Lu, and so on, the attitude of the people who came to search was very respectful, but very insistent. They asked everyone to cooperate. Lin Qiao looked at those bandits who were looking for a place to hide. Although they were very close, the communication between these people was all through actions and eyes, and they didn't say anything. They were also wearing combat camouflage clothes, masks on their faces and hats on their heads. They were all tall and strong. There was a kind of brave momentum in their actions, but they didn't lose caution. Seeing the base's alert was blocked all over the city, these people didn't panic at all. Chapter 6:18. Lin Qiao looked at these people's agile movements. They were like ghosts quietly flashing in the shadows below, very well avoiding the people searching nearby. This group of people didn't know that their every move was being watched, so they were trying to avoid the direction where they were being searched. After wandering around for a few hours, they unexpectedly didn't walk out of the base, but slowly and quietly sneaked towards the building where the leaders were. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, then she followed them. Then she saw these people avoid the guards downstairs, went around to a place at the back of the guard's blind spot, moved very quickly, and skillfully opened a secret door, then went in. When the last person was about to go in, Lin Qiao suddenly appeared and threw him into the space, then she took the last position. Unexpectedly, she directly replaced that person without these people noticing. She put on a mask and a hat. After entering the door, the light was very dark, and people's eyes would be very blurred. So these people didn't know that she joined. After these people noticed the number of people in the dark, they didn't find any abnormalities for the time being, so they continued to sneak in. Then as they walked, they didn't notice that the people behind them didn't know when one of them had disappeared. After they went down a few floors, they entered a dark room and stopped. After closing the door, these people turned on the lights. Then they quickly took off their hats and masks and put them all into a bag. Only then did everyone slightly relax. Lin Qiao then saw their clothes and badges clearly, then she slightly raised her eyebrows. This group of people turned out to be China's people. From their thoughts, they found out that the secret mission they received was to steal their own zombies, then secretly send them to the next location and hide the zombies. Other than that, they didn't know anything. Lin Qiao thought of something. Standing in the position of China's person in charge, these zombies definitely couldn't have any accidents, so they already knew that there were so many forces eyeing them, so it was not enough for China to just hide the zombies. So they thought of a way to create chaos, divert attention, and secretly move the zombies to a safer place. Because there were many people coming, everyone had this awareness, so when China did this, it could immediately make the other bases suspect each other. In this way, it would have a misleading effect. For the time being, no one would suspect the Chinese. Moreover, after this incident, China would spread the news that they might not be able to exchange this kind of medicine with other bases in the future. The most important source material was gone, and of course, they would not be able to produce it in the future. Therefore, Huaxia had a reason to increase the price of this batch of medicine. Although the number of potions this time was not much, it was a very good discovery. Of course, the major bases wouldn't directly use it to bribe the zombies. They would definitely have to study it themselves. Perhaps he could research something from these antidotes. This was the true value of these potions. Lin Qiao secretly nodded. Strategically speaking, this plan was indeed feasible. A glint flashed across her emerald green eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved into a malicious smile. Since Huaxia wanted her to hide, it was a great help to her. Since the zombie was already in front of her, she had no reason not to accept it. With that thought in mind, Lin Qiao's hands overflowed with a few wisps of black gas. She then dispersed and quietly approached the team. Although there were less than 10 people in the team, they were all strong. Judging from the energy in their bodies, they were all above level 5. The leader was a level 6 mutant. At the same time that Lin Xiao took action, the man who seemed to be the captain suddenly froze and stared in the direction of the door. Wait a minute. Where's the snake tail? Why is it gone? As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately looked towards the back of the door, after which they glanced around, only to discover that there was indeed one less person in the team. He was following behind just now. A member of the team who was leaning against the door exclaimed in confusion. This kid often falls behind. He might appear on his own in a while, someone said. No. It's impossible that he didn't realize the importance of this mission. He would never run around in such an important operation. Second lashed, go out and look for him, the captain said with a slight frown and a glint in his eyes. Yes. The team member who was closest to the door immediately responded, turned around, opened the door, and left quietly. The door was closed gently, but the people in the room were no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, they all had sullen expressions on their faces. At this moment, the black gas that had leaped up from under their feet to the back of their heads was grabbed by Lin Xiao's outstretched hand, and instantly drilled into their ears. At the same time, Lin Xiao appeared beside the level 6 mutant and grabbed him by the throat. You're right, he didn't run around randomly. I killed him, Lin Xiao said softly. Apart from the level 6 captain in Lin Xiao's hands, everyone else stiffened up at this moment, after which their eyes glazed over and blood seeped out of their eyes and ears. Plop, plop. The sound of people falling could be heard in the small room. Everyone had already fallen to the ground silently. Cough cough, the man in Lin Xiao's hands was still struggling. His eyes were widened and almost popped out of his eye sockets. His face had also turned red and purple, and his mouth was wide open like a fish on the shore. His throat was stuck, and a strange sound came out of his mouth. He tried to twist Lin Xiao's wrist, but it didn't budge at all. Lin Xiao didn't waste any more time with him and simply exerted more force. With a muffled sound, the captain's head tilted to the side and his body immediately turned limp while his hands fell to the ground. Lin Xiao released his grip and waved his hand, after which a gust of black gas surged out and covered the corpse on the ground. After a while, the room was empty except for Lin Xiao and the frozen zombie standing at the side. The team member who was thrown into the space by Lin Xiao just now only felt that his clothes were pulled by someone when he entered. Then, his vision blurred and he realized that he had entered a strange place. It was a forest. There were strange trees that he had never seen before. They had metallic leaves and black trunks that were extremely tall. They looked just like ancient jungles. Just as he was looking up in shock at the strange trees, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. He turned around and saw a pair of diamond-shaped eyes staring at him coldly. Chapter 6:19. Before the team member could come back to his senses from the cold diamond-shaped eyes, a strange roar came from behind. Roar! The team member quivered and suddenly realized what was in front of him. It was a huge king snake with eyes. All the hair on the team member's body immediately stood up. He was so scared that when he looked back, his legs immediately turned to jelly. A bald zombie dog stared at him with its fangs, and a strange light flashed in its pitch-black pupilless eyes. The team member's psychological quality was still very strong, so he quickly reacted. Under the situation of being attacked from two sides, he instinctively turned his body to one side and prepared to use his superpower to attack. However, in the next second, he found that he couldn't use his superpower. How could this be? While he was still in a daze, Dahe and Da Wang had already pounced on him at a lightning speed. When Lin Xiao came in with the big popsicle, the smell of blood came from the forest. She threw the popsicle zombie in front of the door of the small building and then disappeared in a flash. The next second, she appeared in the forest in the space. She looked at the team member's body that had been bitten to pieces and died without a whole corpse. She also looked at the two animals that were quietly watching her. She looked at the badly mutilated body. Although it was very rotten, nothing was missing. The big snake and zombie dog didn't eat any part of the body, which was forbidden by Lin Qiao. She had been forbidding the two animals from eating people because she wanted to give them a rule to restrain themselves so that they wouldn't randomly attack or eat people when they walked around the base in the future. Now it seemed that the effect had been achieved. The enemy could attack, but they couldn't eat the flesh. Although this puzzled the two animals, it was a way to restrain their wild nature. Lin Qiao walked over and took out the level 5 crystallic nucleus of the team member. Then she waved her hand and a small black flame fell on the body. Howl! When the small flame appeared, the zombie dog and the big snake immediately ran far away. When the small flame fell on the body, it instantly swelled up. In less than 3 seconds, the body on the ground disappeared. Then the small flame shrank to the size of a finger. Lin Qiao hooked her hand and the little flame jumped into her palm and disappeared. She walked out of the forest and passed through the grass toward the house. At this time, in front of the building, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi were squatting beside the popsicle zombie, curiously sizing it up. Before Lu Tianyi became a zombie, he didn't know that Xie Dong had become a zombie, and Xie Dong didn't know that Lu Tianyi had become a zombie. Thus, when they bumped into each other this time, both of them stared at each other blankly. The same thought popped up in his mind: did he turn into a zombie? But after thinking about it, Lu Tianyi realized that it wasn't right. Xie Dong hadn't spoken before, as if he couldn't speak. Now that he couldn't speak, he realized that Xie Dong was already one of the zombies at that time. Xie Dong was surprised that Lu Tianyi had turned into a zombie. Did something happen? Neither of them knew how to speak, so after silently looking at each other for a while, they tacitly ignored the matter. After Lin Qiao came over, he thought for a moment and said to Xie Dong, "Use your ability to melt the ice." Xie Dong stood up and looked up at her with some hesitation. Because the zombie aura in the popsicle gave him a strong feeling. Although it was much weaker than the zombie sister in front of him, would there be any changes after the popsicle woke up? It's okay, nothing will happen. Just do it. Lin Qiao knew what he was worried about, so he said. Xie Dong raised his hand and threw a ball of fire at the popsicle zombie. Lu Tianyi stood up and moved to Lin Qiao's side, looking at the popsicle zombie curiously. He didn't know where his big sister zombie got the big popsicle. Suddenly, something flashed in his mind. Right, she went to the Huaxia base this time. He heard that the antidote in Huaxia was made from a special zombie. Could it be? Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at Lin Qiao with a strange look. Lin Qiao glanced at him and nodded. Well, you guessed right. It's him. Lu Tianyi. He could imagine what the scene outside was like. This guy really liked to cause trouble. At this time, Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at him, shook her head, and said, "No, I didn't do it this time. It was the Huaxia base who sent people to steal our things and then put the blame on the major bases from other places. I just intercepted the zombies that Huaxia was going to send to the next hiding place." Lu Tianyi's face showed a slightly surprised expression when he heard this. He didn't expect this to happen. Xie Dong also looked back at her when he heard this. Lin Qiao waved her hand and said, "I did have this idea, but the people from the Huaxia base beat me to it. They were already halfway through the delivery, so I had no reason not to pick up the goods, right?" She looked at the two of them with a smile as she said this. The two of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the zombies that were melting on the ground, indicating that they weren't listening to her. The longer they stayed with this big sister zombie, the more they felt that she was sometimes quite cunning and shameless. Tisk, what's with your reactions? Did I do something wrong? Think about your current status, those drugs are very dangerous to us. We have to understand all the factors that will put us in danger, so we can avoid it. Besides, I'm not asking you to go against humanity, but there are some things that are not beneficial to us that we still have to stop. If we can't stop it, then we have to think of a way to avoid it. Lin Qiao looked at the two of them and said. At this time, the ice on the popsicle was completely melted by Xie Dong. It was lying on the ground dripping wet, but there were still no signs of it waking up. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was injected with a very strong tranquilizer, and his consciousness was directly paralyzed. Lin Qiao leaned over and used her foot to step on the popsicle zombie's body. Its body was still hard. It seemed that this thing wouldn't wake up for a while. Lin Qiao thought about it, then she turned around and went into the small building to take out a cup. She walked to the bucket next to the nursery and got a cup of lake water. The bucket was placed there by Lin Qiao, and it was always filled with water. When the water was almost used up, Lin Qiao would come out and fill the bucket again. This was also to make it more convenient for Lu Tianyi to use water when he was managing the plants. After all, no one except Lin Qiao could get close to the lake. So Lin Qiao always made sure that the bucket would not run dry, so she directly went over to get a cup of water. Lin Qiao squatted down and poured the water in the cup directly into the zombie's mouth. Chapter 620. The energy of the lake didn't eliminate the tranquilizer in the popsicle zombie's body, but it slowly activated its consciousness, then suppressed the tranquilizer's effect, and slowly woke up. The popsicle zombie's eyes were a little blank when it opened its eyes, as if it had just woken up. Its eyes moved sluggishly, then it turned around in confusion, and then found itself lying down. It raised its eyes and saw a white mist. It suddenly sat up, but the dizziness in its head immediately made its vision blur. It didn't dare to close its eyes, just frowned, and stared at the few of its kind next to it. Because it was stared at by its kind, it was on guard and didn't dare to relax, so it sat still and stared at Lin Qiao and the other two, waiting for the dizziness to disappear. She didn't know if it was because of its vigilance, or because they were at the same level. Lin Qiao faced this zombie, but she couldn't sense its thoughts. You're awake, get up. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Lin Qiao looked at it and said faintly. When it heard Lin Qiao's words, she clearly saw the zombie's eyes slightly widen, finally showing a shocked expression. Lin Qiao looked at its shocked expression and was a little surprised. Was this zombie that surprised to hear her speak? Even if zombies can't understand human language, they can still understand the meaning of her voice. That's why they'll listen to her commands. But there would never be a zombie that would show such an expression when she spoke. Could it understand human language? When Lin Qiao was thinking, the zombie stood up from the ground, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao felt that when it stood up, although it was also in a state of full vigilance, it felt like it had removed a layer of that vigilance. Did she sense it wrong? Impossible, after becoming a zombie, her senses were very sharp, and it was rare for her to be wrong. She couldn't help but look at it carefully. Lin Qiao suspected that this zombie might have memories. When Lin Qiao was looking at the zombie was also looking at her. Although the pressure on their level was the same, why was the sense of oppression stronger than hers? Was she close to the edge of level 8? Or was it because her state was too weak that she felt this way? But in terms of strength, it was impossible to know the other party's bottom line without fighting. But the popsicle zombie clearly felt that it had no chance of winning, even if it was at its peak. At the same time, he was also sizing up the two people next to Lin Qiao. The senses between the same kind were very clear, But why did the appearance of these three people not change at all? In the eyes of this zombie, although he could only see the three colors of black, gray, and white, he could still see the appearance and scenery. It was just that he had become colorblind. The faces of the three zombies in front of him were clean, no wounds, no scars. Even her eyes were black and white. Of course, he could only see grayish-black eyes. There were no other colors. Therefore, when he saw Lin Qiao's green eyes, they looked like light gray in his eyes, but they were clearly separated from the whites of her eyes. It was just that they were different from his own pair of pitch-black eyes, and all three of them had the same eyes. Obviously, they were different from normal zombies. It seems that you really haven't forgotten yourself. You still have the memory before you became a zombie. After Lin Qiao finished sizing him up, her eyes flashed and she spoke directly. This zombie, after being shocked by her words, began to look at her with a strange gaze. Why was it strange? It was because this kind of gaze would not appear in the eyes of zombies. If it was just a simple level 7 zombie, under her existence, it would not quietly look at her. Because she was a big threat to him. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the zombie's eyes flashed and a sharp light flashed. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, in addition to the zombie's strange expression, the other two also showed a surprised expression. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong looked at each other at the same time, and then turned to look at the popsicle zombie. After Lin Qiao finished speaking, she turned and walked into the living room of the small building. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong immediately turned and followed her into the house. He left the zombie outside alone. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and said to Lu Tianyi, "That guy doesn't seem to be bothering you these 2 days. What did you do?" Lu Tianyi was stunned and looked at her with a puzzled look. Then he immediately realized that she was talking about the young zombie that always annoyed him before. Thinking that guy seemed to be very interested in catching insects recently, after catching the insects on the vegetable leaves, he went to the strawberry field and finally moved from the strawberry field to the grass. The image of the young zombie's mouth full of insects and the suspicious liquid on its teeth flashed in his mind. Lu Tianyi instantly felt a chill. Then he looked at Lin Qiao with a bitter face, obviously angry that she mentioned that guy to him. Lin Qiao saw his reaction and smiled. Lu Tianyi was a little depressed when he saw her smile. At this moment, the zombie outside the door walked in. The three turned to look at the door. There was no light in the room, and it was a little dark after coming in. But it didn't affect the vision of the zombies inside. Seeing the zombie walk in with a calm face and clear eyes, Lin Qiao knew that he had admitted what he just said. Lin Qiao pointed to the sofa and said to him, "Please sit." Lu Tianyi at this time took out the writing board on the table, and then found a pen and put it on the coffee table where Lin Qiao pointed. Then he turned around and walked behind Lin Qiao and stood with Xie Dong. The distance between them was a little bit, and the two of them were close to the wall behind them. Looking at the writing board on the table, the zombie's eyes flashed a strange color. Then he walked over and sat down according to Lin Qiao's instructions. "My surname is Lu. I am the leader of the Universal Base." Lin Qiao generously introduced herself to him. Hearing her words, the other three showed a puzzled expression. Lu Tianyi and the zombie were confused. Where did the Universal Base come from? Xie Dong raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Qiao with a strange look. But he also had a doubt. What the hell is the Universal Base? Lin Qiao glanced at the reaction of the popsicle zombie, then looked back at the two behind her, and then said as if she thought of something, "Oh, this is a new base. We recently built a new base, and just named it Universal Base." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the popsicle zombie look at her with a strange face. "You, a female zombie, as the leader of the base, shouldn't it be named Zombie Base?" Chapter 621. Seeing the weird expression on the popsicle zombie's face, Lin Qiao smiled and said, "Do you know what time it is now? Do you remember when you were caught?" The popsicle zombie heard the words and put away the expression on his face. He shook his head and then nodded. Lin Qiao nodded slightly. She knew what it meant. Although he remembered when he was caught, he didn't know what time it was. In other words, he didn't know how long he had been caught. But it made sense, because he was sleeping most of the time. The frozen isolation room where he was locked up wouldn't show him the time. So of course he didn't know how long it had been. It's the middle of December of the 5th year after the doomsday, and it's going to be the 6th year soon. When were you caught? Lin Qiao looked at him and asked. The popsicle zombie didn't answer her, but looked around the room and then looked out the window. Just now, he felt that there seemed to be a strange energy in the air entering his body. Although the energy was very small and completely negligible, because of his special zombie physique, he could clearly feel the benefits of this energy to his body. He was very curious about where this place was. Moreover, he also sensed the presence of a lot of high-level zombies nearby. In addition, there was also a sense of oppression. What was going on? He looked at Lin Qiao, and the oppression didn't come from her. Where did it come from? Although Lin Qiao couldn't perceive his thoughts, she could vaguely guess his thoughts from his eyes. You want to know where this place is? You can go out and take a closer look, but you have to figure out your current situation first. Although I saved you from the research room, I can't let you move freely. If you let them catch you again, it will be very troublesome for us. Do you know what you were taken to study? Lin Qiao put away the indifferent smile on her face and said to him with a dignified expression. The popsicle zombie retracted his gaze and looked at her. His eyes were obviously asking and waiting. He knew that this female zombie didn't finish her words, and there was more to say. However, Lin Qiao looked at him quietly for a few seconds before continuing. Do you want to know? Then you have to promise me one thing. Popsicle zombie. There's a hole, should he jump in? He was stunned for a moment before he realized that the other party had dug a hole for him even though the conditions were unclear. He realized that this female zombie was not easy to deal with. You can think about it. Actually, this won't do you any harm. My condition is that you will follow me back to my base and live there from now on. Maybe we can work together. Don't worry, I won't force you to work for me. I'm just providing a place for you to live. Of course, you have to comply with the rules of our base. Also, you have a special physique. Without my permission, please don't leave the base, Lin Qiao said to him. She said that she wouldn't force him to follow her, but what she meant was that she wanted to put him under house arrest in that whatever base. How did he know what would happen when he got there? Why should he believe her? The popsicle zombie looked at Lin Qiao, its eyes flashing. Lin Qiao said, think about it carefully. This is my condition. If you agree, you can leave here and know everything you want to know. If you don't agree, then I'm sorry. Because of your special physique, I can only ask you to stay here. The threatening words made the popsicle zombie's eyes flash coldly. The eyes that looked at Lin Qiao immediately became sharp. Lin Qiao didn't care about its eyes, but the two low-level zombies behind her tensed up. Don't be nervous, we won't hurt you. But if you want to leave here, you need to get my permission. Because here, only I can control it. Lin Qiao stretched out a hand to the popsicle zombie and smiled at him. Woo! Roar dash, the popsicle zombie was like facing a great enemy at this time. Its whole body suddenly stood up and it quickly jumped up. Its face changed and immediately became ferocious. Its teeth cracked, its eyebrows raised, and its eyes stared at Lin Qiao fiercely. The hair on the back of its head quickly grew out and spread along the back of its neck. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant hairy leopard standing on its hind legs. The zombie's face became round because of the transformation. It stared at Lin Qiao with its hairy face, and its 4 sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. But this state, it couldn't hold on for more than 3 seconds. Then the hair on its body began to slowly recede. The zombie's expression was very panicked. Its eyes flashed with vigilance, killing intent, fear, helplessness, patience, doubt, and other complex emotions. Vigilance and killing intent were rushing towards Lin Qiao. Fear and helplessness were because his current state was not under his control. Because he didn't take back his attack form, but his attack form retreated on its own. Why is this? How can this be? What he was enduring was that the feeling of suppression that he didn't really care about suddenly grew stronger. It made him feel as if his whole body was bound. Could it be that this invisible suppressive force was suppressing his state? At this time, Lin Qiao put his hand down, and the popsicle zombie immediately felt that the feeling of restraint on its body immediately disappeared. Then the hair on its body grew out again, and it immediately entered the attack form. This time, there wasn't any strange feeling, and it wasn't like before, where it only lasted for 3 seconds. At this time, it maintained this beast form, staring closely at Lin Qiao. But in its heart, it had already realized something. This place should be the space of this female zombie in front of it. It seems that you have guessed it. Lin Qiao looked at its flashing eyes, and smiled faintly. Your blood has been researched into a potion to destroy ordinary zombies, so now the Huaxia base is preparing to promote this potion. For humans, this is a great contribution, but for us, it is not a good thing. So, my condition is that while we protect you, you also have to cooperate with us. Otherwise, everyone will die in the end. She looked at him and said. The popsicle zombie was stunned. Lin Qiao's words surprised him. He didn't expect that his blood would be used by that group of people to research biochemical weapons against zombies. Although he knew that his zombie's constitution was somewhat special, this was also an unexpected situation. But if what she said was true, then this potion was indeed a great development in technology. But thinking about the number of zombies in the world, would his blood be enough? Chapter 622. Lin Qiao didn't rush him, she just sat there and let him think about it himself. Then she and the 2 people behind her looked at the big leopard in front of them. The fur on the leopard's body was slowly smoothed down, and the long tail behind it flicked left and right from time to time. The tip of the tail was hooked. The 2 ears on its head were pulled flat, but unconsciously stood up. Although it was clearly the body of an adult man, he didn't know why when he looked at the pair of ears, he always felt that this guy was a bit cute. Lin Qiao stared at the 2 black ears with a smile. The leopard's ears weren't as big as a cat's, and it was a black leopard, with thick, small triangular ears. In addition, this zombie's hair wasn't dry and yellow, but a clean black hair, but a bit messy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his situation was not good. The popsicle zombie looked up at Lin Qiao, but there was some doubt in his eyes. But thinking about how his blood had been taken several times, although he didn't know what it was taken for, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe the words of this female zombie. Do you want to confirm? That's fine, I can send you out to find out yourself. Lin Qiao said to him at this time. The popsicle zombie looked at her with some surprise. How could she guess what he was thinking? This was a bit too accurate. The ears on his head shook, and the tail behind him flicked left and right in a big arc. Do you agree? If you agree, I will send you out. Lin Qiao continued to look at him with a smile. Only then did the zombie's tail droop down, and its ears trembled again. Then he removed the form on his body, and returned to his original appearance. He nodded to her. Lin Qiao stood up and walked towards him. Don't move. She raised her hand and pressed on his shoulder, grabbing his clothes. Then the two zombies disappeared in front of Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi. The zombie only felt a blur in front of its eyes, and suddenly it ran from the strange living room of the small building to a strange room. "Let's go out." Lin Chao waved to him, and walked to the door first. This was the basement where she eliminated the team, except for the team member who was sent by the captain to find the last one. Everyone else disappeared from Lin Chao's hands. A strange look flashed across the zombie's face. Just now, he only suspected that he was in her space, but he didn't expect that he was really in her space. A space-type zombie. Wasn't that very weak? But why was her sense of oppression so strong? He watched as Lin Chao walked to the door and waved at him. She actually sent him out. Wasn't she afraid that he would run away? As soon as he left the small building, the strange feeling of suppression disappeared, and the feeling of restraint also disappeared. The energy in his body was also rapidly recovering, and it wouldn't be long before he could fight again. If he wanted to leave by himself, would he have to beat her up first? The opponent was a space-type zombie, so its combat power shouldn't be as strong as his natural animal type. The hair on the zombie's body grew again. It swung its tail, and its two ears came out, but at the same time, it pulled back slightly. Lin Chao, who was about to open the door, paused and turned his head slightly to smile at him. "You want to fight with me? Are you sure?" As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a black flame jumped out from her palm. When he saw this flame, the leopard's body immediately stiffened, and then he saw all the hair on his body stand up. He stepped back, and his back directly stuck to the wall. Although this black flame was very small, the danger that came from the flame made the zombie's mind tense up. As a zombie, it wasn't good to be too sensitive. It would always scare itself. Lin Chao saw his reaction, and then she turned her hand in satisfaction and put away the flame. This ability of hers, even before she died, was a great deterrent to zombies. After becoming a zombie, this deterrent directly increased by several levels, and directly threatened the surrounding zombies. So this zombie had this kind of reaction when it felt her flame for the first time. "How about it? Do you want to go?" Lin Chao stood at the door and said to him. "Ha dash!" The zombie glanced at her ear, and gave a breath like a cat. The tail behind it swung restlessly, and it stood motionless in the same place, staring at her with a vigilant face. "Damn, are you a zombie or a cat? Even leopards don't have this kind of habit." Lin Chao looked at him speechlessly and said. Unexpectedly being called a cat, the zombie's expression was stunned. When it reacted, its eyes immediately changed from vigilance to dissatisfaction and continued to stare at her. He was not a cat. "Okay, stop staring. Let's go, it's lively up there. Let's go up and watch the show." Lin Chao was not moved by his reaction at this time, and once again waved at him. "You are at least level 7, I am the same level as you." "The same level. Although you can't beat me, but you don't have to be so afraid of me." Lin Chao walked out. In the dark underground passage, he muttered in a low voice as he walked up the stairs. "Wu dash, who would be afraid of you? It's your flame that is too strange, okay?" The zombie once again let out a dissatisfied sound towards her back, like a low roar of a beast. In this quiet underground passage, it was a lot louder. Lin Chao ignored him, and walked up the stairs. At this time, in the middle of the night, it was very lively outside. Although the alarm had stopped, there were more and more soldiers. In a secret conference room in Huaxia Base, someone was furious. "How can it be missing? I asked you to send the goods to the 7th location, but you lost the target. And the people leading the team disappeared. Why didn't you disappear? Why are you here?" A tall man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stared coldly at a man in camouflage clothes who was kneeling on one knee at the door. The man in camouflage uniform kneeling on the ground on the list was the team member who moved the popsicle zombie out of the research building but was called out by the team leader to look for someone in the building where the leaders of the major bases lived. At this time, his face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were terrified as he lowered his voice and said, I don't know. The captain only asked me to look for Snake Tail, but I didn't find him. When I went back, I found that the basement was empty. I thought that the captain had led the others to the 7th location, so I went to the 7th location, but I didn't see the captain and the others. The goods are also gone. He also didn't know what was going on. Originally, he went out to look for people, but in the end, he didn't find them, and when he went back, the whole team disappeared. Something must have happened, otherwise, how could everyone disappear for no reason when they were carrying out the mission? Chapter 623. The tall man coldly stared at the team member and didn't make a sound. But the more he didn't make a sound, the more sweat beaded on the team member's forehead. A bead of sweat rolled down from his temple. On the tiled floor in front of him, there were already traces of a few drops of liquid. You can leave. At this time, the tall man suddenly turned around and after saying this, he walked to his desk and sat down. Yes. The team member immediately responded as if he had been granted amnesty and quietly left. The man sitting at the desk crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. A pair of sharp eyes flickered, and the index finger on his arm tapped his arm again and again. Leader, this matter. Should we inform the other directors? In addition to the man sitting at the desk, there were 2 other men wearing military uniforms standing to the side. One of them looked at the door and turned to ask the man sitting down. The man sitting at the desk was the leader of China. China only had one leader, and that was Qin. Qin was a level 8 fire ability user and was the first person in the country to break through to level 8. When he broke through a year ago, he directly removed the multi-leader system of China and changed it to a monarch system where whoever was the strongest would be the leader of the base. The other level 7 ability users who were originally leaders could only agree with his decision and change it to the base's board of directors. The position was similar to that of an elder. However, it was only a change in the way they addressed each other. In reality, the rights and responsibilities of these directors didn't change. So when they knew that their rights and positions didn't change, these sensible people slowly accepted this system. China had a total of 7 directors, all of them level 7 ability users. Even if they broke through to level 8, unless they could defeat Qin, they wouldn't be able to become the leader. However, these directors weren't willing to be controlled by the leader Qin. So the directors cooperated with each other and gradually formed a faction with the leader restraining each other. But under the directors, there were many deputy leaders. Some were level 6 and some had just broken through to level 7. There were a total of 18 deputy leaders. The deputy leaders were divided into 2 groups. One group listened to Qin and the other group listened to the board of directors. Huaxia Base was the #1 survivor base in the country, not just because of its strength. There were close to 2 million survivors, and with enough technicians and manpower, technology was naturally much more advanced. Coupled with the many espers, the base they created, be it in terms of weapons, food, medical, military, etc., were all things that other bases could not compare to. The other 2 people in the conference room were both deputy leaders of the base. Not for now. Hurry up and find out what's going on. Even if there was no corpse, there would still be some traces left at the scene of the incident. Captain is a level 6 ability user after all. It's impossible for him to be killed in a situation where he couldn't react in time. Qin shook his head and looked at the 2 of them as he finished the mission. Yes. Without saying anything else, the 2 turned around and left. Qin only withdrew his gaze after they left the room. He thought of all the possibilities in this matter. The team he sent out were all elites. The captain was a level 6. If it wasn't a strong level 7 or level 8 ability user, how could they just disappear without leaving a trace? Moreover, the entire team was level 5 and above. Their combined combat power was not much weaker than a level 6 ability user. However, such a group of people had disappeared without a trace. Which person's special ability would be swallowed by such a well-trained, agile, and strong team without making any noise? The leader of Haiqing was a lightning ability user. If he made a move, it would definitely not be small. Moreover, there would definitely be a black burn mark. Lu Zhuofeng from Hidden Cloud City was a wind ability user. He killed people with a wind blade, but it was impossible for there to be no blood. Lan Lu from Qingshan Base was a spiritual ability user. He was a spiritual ability user. Spiritual attacks could be done with just a thought. Moreover, the people from Qingshan Base were also a bit strange. This person had the highest possibility. Not to mention, he had brought 2 level 7 assistants. Someone come. He suddenly shouted towards the door. Someone came in. Commander. Go get Deputy Commander Ho. Tell him to investigate the movements of the people from Qingshan Base tonight. Sikong Chin didn't even lift his eyes. Yes, sir. The man left the room. Apart from these rank 8 metahumans who could directly kill people with brute force, the rest of the bases were all rank 7 metahumans. His discipline wasn't anything special. If Gui Kong had come from Skyfire, then he'd have a higher chance of being the Poison Fire adept. But he was only level 7, he couldn't kill them all in one go. 1 or 2 might work. His fire was green, but it wasn't as potent as Hades' Hellfire. Gui Kong's fire couldn't burn people to death, it could only poison them to death. When the poison took effect, a level 6 adept would have at least 10 minutes to die. Level 5 adepts would probably die in 3 minutes. So if Gui Kong attacked, the team would have 3 to 10 minutes to fight back. But that was only a guess. Besides, Gui Kong hadn't even come to Huaxia. The one who came was Li Jingye, a snow element paranormal. The other 2 bases also had level 7 arcanists. No matter how he thought about it, it was even more impossible. Although it was impossible, Sikong Chen had to find all kinds of possibilities from these strong people. He couldn't let any of them go. Huaxia dug a pit and wanted to bury others in it. But suddenly they found that they were pushed by others and fell into the pit. On the other side, all the bases were still guessing who did it. No one was going to sleep that night. Anyway, the paranormals would be energetic if they didn't sleep for a few days, not to mention these strong people who were already at a very high level. I say. It can't be her. In Wu Qingyue's room, Xiao Liqing looked at the door and then whispered to Wu Qingyue. There was a free space. And she could be invisible. No one was more suitable than her. Don't talk nonsense. Who is she? The security of Huaxia City is so strict. Who has this ability? Even if she succeeded, it's impossible to leave here. Therefore, this person must still be hiding in a corner of this base. Wu Qingyue glanced at him and said meaningfully. That's true. Xiao Liqing quickly ended the topic. Chapter 624. The next morning, the Chinese leader invited people from all the bases to discuss what happened last night. Every seat in the living room was arranged. The leader's seat was in the front with a single sofa and a coffee table next to it. There were 2 single sofas in the back and a coffee table in the middle. It was for people with a higher status, such as the deputy leader. Sikong Chen was sitting on the main seat of honor. He smiled and said to the people in charge of the bases, I think everyone has understood what happened last night. The source material we used to make the medicine was stolen, and we haven't found any clues yet. So, before we find the source material, we won't open the blockade of our base. I hope everyone can understand. The leaders of the major bases all nodded to him in understanding, but no one knew what they were thinking. What a coincidence, it wasn't lost earlier or later, but it was lost when everyone is here. It seems that some of the bases here have this motive. Lu Zhuofeng raised his eyebrows and said to Sikong Chen with a smile. Sikong Chen just smiled and said to him, "You have to ask Leader Lu if you have this motive. You mentioned everyone here, it seems that you are included. I'm curious, what kind of material did your base lose?" I heard that the concoction was a mixture of a special zombie's blood and several types of mutant animals and plants. Can Leader C tell me which one you are missing? Wu Qingyue asked Sikong Chen with a smile on his face as he sat across from Lu Zhuofeng. Sikong Chen didn't plan to hide it, so he looked at him and said, "The most important thing is that the special zombie is missing." Originally, he planned to make the zombie disappear in front of everyone's eyes, and then move to the next location to hide. This way, he could make these people think that the probability of making the potion again would drop by 99%, and he could raise the bargaining chip again. This idea wasn't thought of by Sikong Chen, it was the idea of the Understanding Society. Sikong Chen felt that this was a good idea, so he agreed to this operation. But they didn't expect that the follow-up development wouldn't go as they thought. He said that the zombie was missing, and now it really was gone. Although everyone guessed that the zombie had disappeared, they didn't expect Sikong Chen to say it so quickly. After all, they didn't see him in their own home, and there were so many people from other bases around. Originally, by sealing off the base and only allowing people to enter but not leave, it was already a sign that they were suspicious of people from other bases. Now that he had directly said it in the meeting, it was obvious that he was not going to give face to the leaders of the major bases. It was just that the leaders of these bases never expected that this matter, which was originally caused by the Huaxia base, would end up benefiting others. Although I've always been curious about what's so special about this zombie, I originally wanted to ask Leader C to introduce it to me. Now, we don't even have the chance to watch, Lan Lu said with a smile. He straightforwardly expressed his interest in the zombie. Everyone's eyes flashed, especially Sikong Chen's eyes, which flashed with a cold light. Qingshan base, you guys sure are well hidden. Speaking of which, the last time your base sent out a team to hunt down a traitor, you sent a level 7 paranormal and a level 6 paranormal, and a random traitor turned out to be a level 7 paranormal. Are the level 7 paranormal in your base free of charge? That's a lot. At this time, Wu Qingyue said to Lan Lu with a smile. Hey, our base doesn't have that many people, but our overall strength is quite good. However, their overall strength is still pretty good. That Tang he isn't just a cheap guy like you said. He was once an important officer in our base, but I don't know why he defected, Lan Lu replied with a smile. So, your base doesn't have that many people, but your strength isn't simple. However, his strength was not simple. Why didn't he communicate with the outside world? Don't tell me your base is a paradise, hiding yourself and not letting people know. Wu Qingyue laughed and joked with him. The two of them changed the topic. However, regarding this mysterious base that suddenly appeared 5 years after the apocalypse, the others were also very interested, so they didn't interrupt their preparations. That's right, my thoughts are the same as Leader Wu's. The leader of Lan Lu is not only a level 8 paranormal, but also a spiritual one. This kind of special type of paranormal is very difficult to upgrade, and the higher it is, the more difficult it is. I didn't expect that you would just rush up silently. Are you going to scare us? Lu Zhuofeng also said with a smile at this time. Wu Qingyue really had seen Lei Qing and Zhang Han once, so he talked to Lan Lu just to join in the fun. Of course, he seemed to be kind. But from Lu Zhuofeng's words, people couldn't ignore Lan Lu's strength and paranormal ability, so everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Lan Lu. Level 8 paranormal ability was indeed a very special existence. Because of his killing intent, although the high-level ones couldn't die, their spirit might be affected, and the low-level ones might be crazy or directly brain-dead. What's more, if there was no defense, the brain couldn't bear the spiritual attack, and the whole brain might explode and directly die. However, this kind of paranormal ability didn't have a big effect on the attack of zombies, but a big threat to human beings. Looking at the two level 7 paranormal sitting behind Lan Lu, this situation had completely suppressed the situation of other people except those in Huaxia City. This had to make other people vigilant. The new base is not only Qingshan. I know you must have heard about the new base in Hangzhou. But it's strange that Leader C didn't you send someone to invite the person in charge of the base in the uptown of Hangzhou to come here? At this time, Lan Lu just smiled calmly, and changed the topic directly to Hangzhou. Lin Qiao, who was eavesdropping in the corner, really wanted to kick the chair leg of Lan Lu at this time. How dare he use her base as a shield? Lin Qiao hid here alone, and didn't care about the black leopard. Anyway, the base had been blocked, and it was not so easy for the leopard to leave the base directly. Let him wander about, and find out his own situation. She believed that as long as he still had a little consciousness, he would not ignore it. Moreover, Lin Qiao was completely aware of his action and breath, so she could know his movement. So she came here to watch the fun calmly. As a result, just after she said a few words, some people shifted their attention to her new base. Chapter 625. Oh, I've heard about that base. But it doesn't look like it's built yet. The people in Haiqing should know about it. Xikong Chen chuckled as he looked at Wu Qingyue. So it's because their base isn't built yet, that's why you didn't invite them. Wu Qingyue looked back at him with a smile. I don't know if it's possible to build a base that doesn't even have a level 7 arcanist. Besides, they're old subordinates of Hades' base. I don't think there's a need for them to come all the way here. After all, even if they did come, it would delay the construction process. Xikong Chen looked at Wu Qingyue with a smile, then turned his attention to the people from Cangyun and Skyfire. When the others heard this, their reactions were different. Wu Qingyue, Lan Lu, and Lu Zhuofeng knew that Xikong Chen didn't know much about the new base in Hangzhou. He probably didn't even care. In his eyes, the base was just a gathering place for a bunch of stray dogs. It wouldn't be easy to build a base, much less expand it. They didn't even have a 7th level adept. Even if Haiqing didn't take it to heart and didn't provoke them, any Earth Dragon base would be enough to wipe them out. Even if others didn't come, they'd be attacked by high-level zombies. A few waves of zombies would be enough. There wasn't much to look forward to in terms of supplies. That was why they lost interest. However, those who were closer knew that the base wasn't big, but it didn't mean they were weak. The ones further away didn't know much about the new base because they hadn't gathered enough information. In their minds, it was just the remnants of the original Hades base that had fled to another place to settle down. However, they were also curious. These people weren't strong enough, so why didn't they just join another base? Even if they didn't want to join Cangyun and Skyfire, they still had Haiqing. Why did they have to build their own? Could they even build one? So it was understandable that they didn't attract the attention of China. You didn't invite them, but that doesn't mean they won't come uninvited. Li Jingye from Skyfire suddenly laughed. When he said this, Wu Qingyue and Lan Lu both glanced at him at the same time, then continued to look at the others in silence. Because of He Mu's disappearance, Li Jingye did not receive as much information as Lu Zhuofeng. After saying that, he was just adding fuel to the fire. If that's the case, then since you're already here, we'll welcome you. Sikong-chin said with an indifferent smile on his tough face. At least in his intelligence, other than these people in front of him and the people he brought, no one representing the base had been here. Unless those people had come with people from other bases. But they shouldn't have the ability to steal the things in my base. Trust me, this matter will come to an end soon. Sikong-chen brought the topic back. Then he continued, if this person can return the item in good condition, then we can save a lot of ammunition. Otherwise, when the truth is found out, it won't look good on everyone. His words caused the expressions of everyone present to darken slightly, but they quickly concealed it. Would the Huaxia base lack ammunition? Of course not. So when he said this in front of all the bases, there was already a hidden threat in it. What he meant was, before the truth was found, no one could leave. When the truth was found out, there would be a war. In terms of military strength, all the bases were not willing to go to war with the Huaxia base. This was because the power and number of weapons were not enough for the Huaxia base. Let alone one base, even if the Huaxia base were to face 2 or 3 at the same time, they would still be able to do it. After all, they didn't feed the 2 million people in the base for nothing. It wasn't just a large number of people. The Huaxia base had 2 million survivors, so the conditions of the base were much better than the base with a small number of people. The number of survivors in the second place was Ocean City. There were 1.2 million people, but their strength was not even a third of the Huaxia base. But even so, Ocean City was still ranked second. The third and fourth place were similar in terms of population. The third place was the Black Dragon base. There were 800,000 survivors in the northeast, which was only a few tens of thousands away from Hidden Cloud City's 700,000. In fact, there were more people in the south, but it was divided by the Underworld King and the Earth Dragon base. If these two bases were combined into one, the population would definitely reach the third place. But having a large population wasn't a good thing. With a large population, the consumption of resources would increase. If there wasn't enough creativity, it would only lead to overcrowding. Therefore, the Earth Dragon base's Long Yubai only coveted the resources of the Underworld King's base. He slaughtered the survivors because they couldn't support such a large population. Therefore, the Huaxia base had a lot of confidence in its strength to be able to support 2 million people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have openly threatened everyone. Although everyone's heart sank, some people didn't take it to heart. Lon Lu just silently stared at Sikong Chen and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Does Leader Lon have any objections? Sikong Chen felt his gaze and turned his head to ask him with a smile. I'm thinking, who would have the guts to offend such a huge monster like the Huaxia base? I think even Haiqing wouldn't do such a thing. Lon Lu smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Wu Qingyue. Of course Haiqing wouldn't do such a thing. Our Haiqing has always valued peace. Why would we do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing? Isn't that right? Besides, our important researcher who specialized in this area was killed by the traitor from your base. Our research in this area has already stopped. Even if we get our hands on the zombies in the Huaxia base, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything. Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. I know about that. Your Haiqing is too peaceful, that's why you raised people like Yang Chao. If it wasn't for him, your doctor wouldn't have died. At this time, Li Zhengye suddenly interrupted and smiled at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue nodded and didn't deny his words. Leader Li might be right. We've been living too comfortably and forgot that the zombies outside the base are our biggest enemies. So, I feel that if even Haiqing doesn't dare to make a move, then who else would have the confidence to do so? Lon Lu looked at Sikong Chen. Chapter 626. Just like that, everyone tossed aside Sikong Chen's threat one after another. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes as she listened. Every time the major bases held a meeting, the atmosphere was always like this. Previously, when she came, she just smiled and didn't say anything, but the others always liked to talk to her. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the conference room and whispered something into the ear of the person at the door. Then, the person at the door quickly turned around and walked in. Without disturbing the conversation, he quietly walked to the side of the deputy leader behind Sikong Chen, bent down, and whispered something into his ear. Then, the deputy leader's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up from his chair, took 2 steps forward and whispered something into Sikong Chen's ear. Seeing this scene, the others slightly quieted down and shifted their gaze to Sikong Chen. After listening to his subordinate's words, Sikong Chen's eyes flashed. Then, he stood up from the sofa and looked at everyone and said, "Someone reported that the zombie appeared in the base by itself. I'll go deal with it first. If you want to join in the fun with me, you can go back to your place to rest. Please go." After saying that, he nodded to everyone and then strode out of the meeting room. Ha! It ran out by itself. Wu Qingyue looked at the others with a surprised expression. Why did it run out? Shouldn't we hide it? It would be great if there was a rank 7 space ability user. Wouldn't it be easier to just put it into the space? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng said with a strange smile. Most of the spaces of space ability users were dead. There was no air inside, so living things couldn't be put in. However, zombies could be put in because zombies didn't need oxygen to survive. They just needed to be isolated from sunlight to calm the zombies down. However, there was also a condition. Because of the special nature of zombies, as long as the zombies were put into the space would shrink. Therefore, the higher the level of the zombie, the smaller the space would be until it couldn't accommodate the zombie's entire body. Therefore, to take in a rank 2 king that had reached rank 7, they could only find a rank 7 or rank 8 ability user. However, it seemed that there was no space ability user that had reached rank 6 or above. Therefore, what Lu Zhuofeng said was completely a joke. I'll go take a look. This is a rare opportunity. What if the zombies are killed by the Chinese base again? Lan Lu stood up and walked towards the door. When everyone saw the situation, they definitely didn't want to stay here anymore. It was more important to watch the show. Who is this? Forget about stealing the zombies, why don't you look after them? I can't believe he managed to escape. Bao Qingji, the leader of the Meng tribe's base, who had been silent all this while, said as he walked out. Wu Qingyue was the last to leave with a smile on his face. When everyone's attention was on the door, he scanned the conference room before walking out. Lin Xiao, who was standing by the door, noticed Wu Qingyue's gaze and felt a little strange. Was this person suspecting something? On the other side, Black Panther had already rushed into the farm from the residential area. He was very fast and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a black afterimage. Over there. It ran into the farm. Wei Haichao, one of the Chinese board members, rushed over in time and quickly chased after the Black Panther zombie into the farm. He was a rank 7 natural wood metahuman. His perception was much stronger than ordinary metahumans, so he was able to accurately chase after the direction of the zombie. China's farm was very big, covering an area of more than 1,000 mu. Inside, there were large areas of crops, fruits, and vegetables. At a glance, if it wasn't a vibrant vegetable seedling, it was a variety of grains, and there were also various fruit trees on the hill in the distance. Wei Haichao was the first to rush over. To him, there were plants everywhere. It just so happened that he was a wood elemental, so his ability could be doubled. A large number of troops followed behind, and under Wei Haichao's guidance, they quickly outflanked Black Panther. The car sped on the dirt road in the farm, raising a cloud of dust. But soon, they couldn't drive in, so they could only get off the car and chase. Because the zombie had gone up the hill in the orchard, the car couldn't pass through. But even so, they couldn't catch up to the zombie even after chasing for a long time. Wei Haichao was a little closer, but only a little closer, because the zombie was an animal elemental, and he was a plant elemental. Their speed was completely incomparable. But fortunately, he was a plant elemental. Although his speed couldn't catch up, he wouldn't lose track of it. He could only follow the clues while waiting for reinforcements. A black figure flashed in the orchard, then stopped on a tree. He looked back, and although he couldn't see anything, his aura was closely following. When Lin Kuei turned into a zombie, he naturally remembered everything. He didn't turn into a zombie on the day of the apocalypse. He was bitten by a leopard that turned into a zombie in the zoo. When he woke up, he found that his whole body had changed. Furry claws, sharp beast-like nails. The scene in his eyes had lost its color, and he could only see black, gray, and white, just like the black and white TV in the past. He remembered being bitten by a zombie leopard, but why wasn't he eaten? Lin Kuei immediately looked down to check his body, and found that there were no wounds, except for a big scratch on his face. But soon he found the corpse of the zombie leopard next to him. He checked and found that there was a bullet hole in the head of the zombie leopard. Obviously, it was shot to death. Maybe the other person happened to pass by when the zombie leopard was about to eat him. Lin Kuei didn't know who the person who killed the leopard was, but inadvertently saved his body. So he dug the bullet out of the leopard's head. Later, Lin Kuei lived a life where everything was like eating mud. The only thing that made him hungry was the smell of living people. As long as he smelled the smell of living people, he would only think of eating, 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 eating. Every time that happened, his consciousness would become blurred. He struggled to control his appetite, and because he was afraid that he would lose his mind and start attacking people, he would stay far away from humans when he met them. Until one day, he met a zombie that wanted to attack him. Although he didn't know why the zombie wanted to attack him, after a fight, he accidentally smashed the zombie's head with his claws. Then, he saw the first zombie core. There was an attractive energy coming from the zombie core. Although it didn't feel like the temptation of smelling human flesh, it made him feel an instinctive attraction. So he used his clothes to wipe the zombie core several times before he reluctantly swallowed it. Chapter 627. Later, Lin Kuei began to use all kinds of methods to hunt zombies and get the zombie nucleus, and then he slowly began to upgrade. But he didn't know why. As long as he entered the fighting state, his whole body would be covered with hair. Although his attack power would also increase a lot at this time, swinging his tail, Lin Kuei turned around and jumped into the depths of the forest again. He was a leopard, and the forest was also his territory. That strange female zombie let him inquire about the information about him, so he went to the vicinity of the research building and secretly eavesdropped on the conversations and discussions of the people around. Then he found that the outer area and the inner area of the base were blocked, and all of them were guarded by soldiers with rifles. There were a large number of paranormals searching for something with squads around. Anyway, the atmosphere of the whole base was very tense. Lin Kuei couldn't help but believe what that female zombie said. These people were really looking for him. But he hadn't verified the antidote, so he couldn't fully believe what that female zombie said. As a result, when he found the opportunity to eavesdrop on the words of those researchers, it was true that such a batch of antidote for zombies had been made. However, before he touched where the antidote was stored, he was found. Of course, ordinary bullets and paranormal abilities didn't work on him. He rarely took the initiative to hurt people, but this time, he didn't let these people attack him. At this time, Lin Kuei's 2 hands were dripping with blood, and his eyes were flashing with cold light. There was a sharp and imposing manner in his eyes, and his whole body was full of killing intent. After feeling that there were so many people chasing him, Lin Kuei began to restrain his breath, and then began to go back to the side. When he deliberately hid his position, even if it was a wood paranormal, he wouldn't be able to sense the information so quickly. Although all the entrances of the Huaxia city were blocked, it couldn't stop the zombies from climbing the wall. So this level, 2 zombie could smoothly get out of the inner area and rushed into the farm base. Wei Haichao suddenly stopped at this time. He frowned and looked around, then put his hand on a tree to sense for a few seconds, and then quickly continued to chase Lin Kuei. From the beginning, the zombie's aura became non-existent. The further he went, the lighter the breath became. This caused Wei Haichao to frown. He had a bad feeling about this. He turned around and glanced behind him. No one was chasing after him. Wei Haichao was the only one chasing after it. Although he knew that the blockade of the base was just for the people from other bases to see, but seeing that this zombie that had already obtained freedom had no effect at all, Wei Haichao couldn't help but curse those guys for being useless. And why was Xikongchen so slow? He didn't want to face the zombie head-on. That was a second-grade king. Even if his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, he still wouldn't dare to rush forward. It would be better to wait for Xikongchen to arrive first. However, it was Xikongchen who sent people to move this zombie. How did this zombie really come out? Could it be that Xikongchen did it on purpose? Why? In this way, wouldn't it be impossible to frame other bases? Moreover, this step had not been approved by the committee. They actually dared to let this zombie out. Weren't they afraid that it would run away? In any case, he didn't care anymore. He had already sent someone to inform Xikongchen to come and arrest him. As long as he didn't follow it, it would be fine. It wasn't his responsibility if he didn't catch it. Just when Wei Haichao was thinking of continuing to follow the zombie from afar and waiting for Xikongchen to come and arrest him, a black shadow flashed behind him. Wei Haichao suddenly turned around and looked behind him as if he had sensed something. There was nothing. He looked around vigilantly. His eyes swept left and right. Suddenly, he bent down and rolled to the side. He saw a black shadow pouncing down from above. Then, it flashed and rushed towards him. Wei Haichao didn't even have time to get up. He saw that the sharp light had already flashed in front of him. He felt a chill in his heart. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his head to protect himself. At the same time, his hands instantly turned the color of rough tree bark. It was obviously the effect of using his ability. Puff dash, the sharp claws scratched his withered tree-like arms. Then, a leg swept over. Wei Haichao couldn't dodge in time. He was directly hit in the waist. Then, his whole body flew out. Bang dash, he hit the fruit tree next to him. But he didn't suffer any injuries. Instead, he reacted quickly and rolled to the side with the force of the kick. Then, he spread his hands as if he was grabbing something on both sides. Then, he waved at the black panther that was pouncing over. Following his movements, the trees on both sides suddenly fell down and grew back rapidly. Puff dash, the black panther rushed into the dense leaves. After it used a few claws to cut the lush branches and leaves in front of it, Wei Haichao's figure was already gone. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed. He sniffed and immediately flashed in a direction. Both were level 7. Humans were originally not zombies' opponents. Coupled with the attributes of plants and animals, Wei Haichao clearly knew that he couldn't beat that zombie. But the zombie didn't run away. Instead, it came back to attack him. This saved him the effort of chasing it. Mixing his breath with the trees next to him, Wei Haichao peeked out from behind the tree and stared at the giant panther that was flashing over. Lin Kuei stopped after rushing over, his eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. He knew that the person just now was of the wood element. It just so happened that the person was hiding in the forest with the breath of the surrounding trees. After his attack didn't succeed, he looked around. Then, he suddenly turned around and quickly stepped on a tree next to him. Then, he dashed into the depths of the forest. If he spent some time, he could find out where the person was. But he didn't want to do so because another breath that was stronger than him was coming from afar. Lin Kuei felt that it was better to hide. On the other side, Sikong Chin dashed into the farm at a low altitude and chased after the direction. Wei Haichao quickly appeared and met him. "Where's Maki?" Sikong Chin flashed and landed next to him. "He ran that way." "He didn't go far." Wei Haichao immediately said to Lin Kuei. Sikong Chin immediately leaped and dashed in the direction he pointed. Wei Haichao let out a sigh of relief. Then, he saw a large number of soldiers rushing over with guns. The leader was the deputy leader, Li Wulong, who was also Wei Haichao's direct subordinate. "Director Wei, how is it? Where's Maki?" Li Wulong ran over and asked. "Over there." Wei Haichao pointed with his chin and continued to chase. "Follow him. Follow him, follow him." Li Wulong immediately turned around and waved at the troops behind him. Chapter 628. Lin Qiao chased after Sikong Chin. Since Sikong Chin was not a wind elemental, his speed was not much faster than Lin Qiao. When he reached Wei Haichao, Lin Qiao had already reached Lin Kuei. "Don't move." As Lin Kuei leaped forward, a familiar voice rang in his ears. He knew this voice, it was the female zombie that he had separated with not long ago. Just when he stopped moving, a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him slightly. Then in a blink of an eye, they were in another place. The moment Lin Qiao disappeared with Lin Kuei, Sikong Chin and Wei Haichao, who were on the other side, suddenly stopped moving. "Ha! Strange." After Wei Haichao stopped, he stared in front of him with a bewildered expression. Then, he lowered his eyelids to sense the surroundings. He confirmed that the zombie's aura had indeed disappeared without a trace. "What's wrong?" Li Wulong raised his hand and made a pause gesture to the troops behind him. He then landed next to Wei Haichao and asked. "It disappeared." Wei Haichao opened his eyes and murmured, "How could it suddenly disappear? Does Makui have some other hidden skills?" Suddenly, Wei Haichao thought about it and suddenly thought of space. The space could indeed isolate all auras. If the zombie didn't have its own space, then it must have met a psychic who had space. However, he didn't feel anyone approaching Makui, he only sensed that it suddenly disappeared. Impossible. If it has its own space, why didn't it use it before? If it entered its own space, then we humans can't do anything to it. Wouldn't it be able to escape? Wei Haichao frowned and said. At this time, a figure flashed. Sikong Chin came back and asked with a serious expression, "What happened? Did you sense where it went?" Wei Haichao looked up at him and then shook his head. "I can't sense it anymore. It seems like it suddenly disappeared." "Impossible. It must be hiding somewhere. Send more people and search a large area." Sikong Chin frowned and then said to Li Wulong. "Yes." Li Wulong responded immediately, then turned around and passed the order to a squad leader behind him. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other bases had gathered outside the farm to watch the show. "Sai, look at this plantation. It's at least 1,000 mu. It looks like the output is pretty good. Huaxia is indeed generous." It's not easy to support 2 million people. Lu Zhuofeng looked at the endless stretch of greenery in front of him and smiled as he said something that everyone knew. You don't have to be envious, Chief Lu. Just find more water, earth, natural, or special purification talents, and you can definitely create such a large-scale plantation. Wu Qingyue, who was smiling at the side, responded indifferently. Today, I finally get to see China's famous plant farm. It's really full of life. Black Dragon's basis Gao Haoyun looked at the plantation in front of him, his eyes filled with hunger and envy. The Black Dragon's base was in the northeast, and the weather there was not good to begin with. After the apocalypse, the soil quality had changed, and it was even harder to grow crops in this area. Therefore, the plantation industry in his base had always been poor. The survival rate of the plants was very low, and even if they survived and grew, the yield was a problem. Another reason was that there were very few talents. Those who had some ability had already left the northeast to join China's base. Hey, they stopped. At this time, Wu Qingyue's smile suddenly deepened. Everyone was slightly startled, and immediately realized that he was talking about Sikong Qin. Then, they sensed that Sikong Qin had indeed stopped for a while. After that, the target seemed to be unclear, and it seemed to be hesitating. What's going on? That zombie's aura. Because they were far away, the people here could not sense Lin Kuei's aura clearly. Now, it felt like it had disappeared, but it also felt like it was not there. It disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng sensed the aura in the wind, and he could not sense the zombie within a range of 5 kilometers in front of Sikong Qin. He had sensed it just now. Oh, it disappeared under Sikong Qin's eyes. This time, Sikong Qin must be furious. Lan Lu laughed at this time. That's for sure. If it were me, I would definitely be furious too. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhuofeng laughed gloatingly. But it's very strange. How could that zombie disappear by itself? Why don't we go and see the situation? It's too far away. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes flashed at this time and said. Leader Lu, if you want to go, please go ahead. I'm not that interested. Anyway, everyone is here, and no one has left. In this way, Sikong Qin has no reason to say which of us went to kill the zombie. Could it be that the zombie is hiding the space attribute? Wu Qingyue glanced at Lu Zhuofeng with a smile, and then turned his head to look at the direction of Sikong Qin. Leader Wu, this possibility is quite high. Maybe when it was imprisoned, it found a chance to hide in the space, and then when everyone thought that it was stolen, it quietly appeared and escaped. It seems that this zombie's IQ is not low. At this time, Lan Lu thought for a while, and analyzed with a serious face. What he said was very reasonable. If the zombie had spatial abilities, then after the effects of the anesthetic or tranquilizer wore off, it was very possible that it would suddenly hide in the space. It was also possible that some people from the base sent people to secretly take the zombie out, but halfway through, the zombie woke up and successfully counterattacked, and then escaped by itself, resulting in the current situation. Of course, Lan Lu would not say that the zombie was brought out by some base people. After all, he had no evidence. Of course, he had to change his analysis to not offend people. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly, agreeing with Lan Lu's words and said, I think Leader Qing Shan is right. Maybe the zombie escaped by itself. In the end, Sikong Qin had to find us to take the blame. This is too shameless. Oh, hey, this is what you said. It's not what I said. Wu Qingyue, you're the only one who dares to say that Sikong Qin is shameless. Lan Lu immediately laughed and teased him. Did I say something wrong? Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows carelessly, and the smile on his face did not change. Cough, although you're not wrong. But if I were Sikong Chin, I would definitely be unhappy after hearing it. At this time, Li Zhengye suddenly interrupted. But when he threatened us before, we were also unhappy. Then why should we make him happy now? Wu Qingyue still laughed and said, moreover, he is not here anyway. Chapter 629. After bringing Lin Kuei into the small building in the space, Lin Chao sat on the sofa and said to him, "How is it? I didn't lie to you. You also sensed that other than China's leader and other directors, there are also other important figures from the major bases. They are all here for the antidote." Then she pointed to Lin Kuei's original seat and asked him to sit down. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed, but he still walked over and sat down. He looked at the writing board on the table in front of him. "How is it? Can you agree to my conditions? Although as long as you are not caught by them, you will not be made into an antidote, but I can't guarantee that you will be able to hide forever. What if one day you suddenly have a brain cramp and suddenly run out, and accidentally get caught again? Then wouldn't we be in danger again? In another 10 or 20 years, you and I don't know what weapons humans will develop to deal with the zombie horde." Lin Qiao looked at him and said, "I think from the current development of China's base, in the next 10 years, with their wisdom and technology, even if there is no antidote, they will develop other weapons to deal with the zombies. Eliminating the zombie horde is only a matter of time." She continued to talk to him about the biggest development and predictability in the future. Lin Kuei listened to her silently, and his eyes flickered with a faint light. Because he knew what she said was true. From the current development, the evolution of zombies was too slow, and it couldn't be compared to the speed of humans. Although the number of humans was increasing very slowly, and even if there was an increase in the population, in the next 10 years, the most people would be children, and they wouldn't have any fighting power. But weapons were one of the biggest inventions of humans, and this couldn't be ignored. Taking a step back, in fact, the most dangerous person is you. Because you have been discovered, your blood has a special effect, and you have become the prey. Lin Qiao looked at him and saw his eyes flashing, and then said. Lin Kuei looked at her, expressionless. In fact, there are many special zombies like us. Although there are not many who can maintain their sanity and humanity after becoming zombies, they are different. Although zombies that eat people deserve to die, but if zombies like you and I don't eat people and don't take the initiative to attack people, why should we be destroyed together? Therefore, the purpose of the base I built was to gather these zombies who still retain their humanity and protect them. They didn't deserve to die. Even if their bodies turned into zombies, as long as they retained their humanity and hearts, it was just a change of identity. Blah blah blah. Lin Qiao began to brainwash him. In the end, Lin Kuei felt that if he didn't join her base, he would definitely die. What do you think? Have you thought it through? Alright, I don't need you to agree to join me right now, but at least you have to follow me. Right, what's your name? Do you remember? After Lin Qiao finished talking, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi, who were standing at the door, rolled their eyes speechlessly. It was only then that Lin Qiao suddenly remembered to ask for Lin Kuei's name. Lin Kuei resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Finally, he picked up the writing board on the table in front of him and wrote 2 words. Lin Kuei. Hello, Mr. Lin. My surname is Liu. I've told you before. The one on the left is my brother, Lu Tianyi. The one on the right is Xie Dong. Lin Qiao glanced at his name and greeted him with a smile. Then, she introduced the 2 at the door. Hearing Lin Qiao's introduction, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi turned around. One was expressionless while the other was smiling. They nodded slightly at Lin Kuei. Alright, I'm done with your business. I still have to get a few antidotes. I heard that the antidote needs to be burned to be effective, and it seems that it only works on normal zombies. I don't know if it works on high-level zombies. Lin Xiao stood up after saying this, and was ready to leave. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked back at Lin Kuei and said, "Oh, right, find a room for you to rest. But if you want to walk, you can go outside." Then, she turned her head and shouted at Lu Tianyi, "Come in. Bring him to an empty room." With that, she disappeared in a flash. Lu Tianyi walked in with a strange expression on his face. In the past, when he heard Lu Tianyi call him, it was either cold or sarcastic. Now that he was called so normally, he felt a little uncomfortable. But he still walked to the stairs, and made a gesture to Lin Kuei to invite him up. Lin Kuei knew that he would be staying here for a while, so he stood up and followed. Lu Tianyi took him up to the second floor, found an empty room for him, and went downstairs again. After a while, he came up with a set of clothes and put it on the chair in the room. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Kuei walked to the clothes and saw a note on it. There was a sentence on it: "There is water in the bathroom, if you want to take a bath, please." There was only one bathroom and toilet on the second floor. When he came up, he observed and remembered where it was. He looked at his body. Except for a pair of pants, his upper body was basically bare. He didn't refuse. He picked up the clothes on the chair and went out to the bathroom. Sikong Chin, who was outside, put his senses at the last moment, but still didn't find any trace of the zombie. And Wei Haichao's senses still didn't find anything. Even Wei Haichao didn't find anything. They were in the forest. Could it be that the zombie hid in the space? Sikong Chen suddenly thought of something, but he quickly denied it. If the zombie had space before, why didn't it hide? Why did it hide at this time, when the important figures of the major bases were here? Impossible. If it had space, it would have disappeared long ago. It didn't have to wait until now. Could it be there was another space ability user? But to store a level 7 level 2 Beast King, the space ability must be at least level 7. From the information he knew about the level 7 ability users of the major bases, there was no space ability user at all. Or could it be, this was a hidden trump card? He looked back at the direction where the leaders of the major bases were, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Those guys must be laughing at him over there. Sikong Chen didn't know that a figure was flashing past him, heading in the direction of the leaders of the bases. The people of the bases also didn't notice that Lin Xiao had just passed by them and flashed in a certain direction of the base. Not long after, Ho Guizhong, the deputy leader next to Sikong Chen, received a report that the last member of the team that was secretly moving the zombies had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 630. What? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? How could you let him run out by himself? Ho Guizhong said angrily to the person who came to report. No, he didn't run out by himself. He disappeared in the room by himself. There's no trace of him escaping. The person who came to report stuttered. What did you say? Ho Guizhong was slightly stunned, then he frowned and asked, what happened? Tell me clearly. The guard at the door has never left, and there are no traces of the overnight door and windows in the room being opened. When I sent the food in, I saw him there. After waiting for half an hour, I didn't see him come out by himself, so I went in to take a look, and then I found out that he was gone. The captain who came to report had sweat on the tip of his nose as he explained the situation. How can there be no trace? Did he know how to burrow into the ground? Hurry up and search. Ho Guizhong didn't believe his words, so he shouted angrily and ordered everyone to search. In Lin Xiao's space, a man was tied up by the vine she left behind and thrown into the living room. Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi stood next to the sofa, curiously looking at the tied-up man. "Who are you people?" Suddenly being dragged into a strange place, the team member didn't panic. He just stared coldly at Lin Qiao and the other two people. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa, leaning against the back of the sofa with her hands crossed in front of her chest. She just quietly looked at him without saying a word. The team member moved his shoulders, and now the vine wrapped around his body was getting tighter and tighter. It seemed that he couldn't use his ability at this time, and he didn't know what this beautiful woman did to him. Knowing that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make, the team member also became silent when the other party didn't say anything. At this moment, someone lowered his head and quietly popped out from the doorway. A pair of black eyes without white curiously looked at the scene inside. The team member didn't notice anything strange at the door, but Lin Qiao and the other two people did. Seeing Lin Qiao's gaze move over, the head at the door immediately shrank back and disappeared at the side of the door. Daring to approach the door without her order, except for the IQ zombie who recently liked to eat insects for some reason, there was no one else who dared to be so bold. Lu Tianyi had a speechless expression. That guy was getting more and more daring. After Xie Dong took a glance, he looked away and didn't pay any attention to the strange situation at the door. Instead, he stared at the person who was caught by Lin Qiao. This person's ability was also at the 5th level, but it was suppressed in this space. However, he was wearing a military uniform. Obviously, he was a soldier. Lin Qiao stood up and said to Xie Dong, "Tie him to the chair and don't let him go out." With that, she turned around and left. Xie Dong immediately walked towards the team member on the ground. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly disappear, the team member realized where he was. After Lin Qiao went out, he sensed that Xikong Chen was still guarding the cultivation area, searching for traces of Lin Kuei. The people from the other bases were still gathered at the edge of the plantation area. She immediately flashed in the direction of those people. After half an hour, seeing that Xikong Chen still hadn't found anything, the people from the base all said that they wouldn't continue to accompany him. Xikong Chen continued to search the cultivation base with an ugly expression, but after a few hours, he had no choice but to give up. Because he probably wouldn't find anything even if he continued to search, he could only go back with a pale face. Wu Qingyue and the others didn't directly return to their rooms, but drank tea in the hall downstairs. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, no one went back to their rooms alone at this time. Sigh, now that the most important material of the antidote ran away, can we still make this kind of antidote in the future? Lan Lu looked at everyone lazily at this time and said. Sitting opposite him, Wu Qingyue said, "In fact, it's better to develop a drug that can be immune to the zombie virus than to use this kind of antidote against zombies. This way, killing zombies will be more straightforward, don't you think so? Immune to the zombie virus. Speaking of which, we don't even know where this virus came from. How can we develop an immune drug?" Lu Zhuofeng said with slight disdain at this time. "I think that what Leader Wu said is also feasible. If we can't target zombies, then it's not a bad idea to research on our own human body. As for where this virus came from, we've been researching it in the base, but we haven't been able to find the source. On the day of the apocalypse, the Earth's crust shook violently. Although it was only for a moment, it was like an earthquake. I don't know if anyone noticed this." Lan Lu suddenly said. "Oh, I remember that. In September, I happened to be working overtime that day. I was working until 3 or 4 in the morning when I felt the ground shake. At that time, the air suddenly solidified, and I remember that I directly fainted at that time. By the time I woke up, it was already the next day." Li Jingye's eyes lit up as he spoke. Everyone knows about this, but not many have personally experienced it. Everyone was asleep at the time, and even an earthquake wouldn't wake them up so easily. Besides, it was just a tremor, so of course not many people noticed it. But the solidification of the air caused most of the people who were asleep to faint. That's strange. Lan Lu nodded. Then, he said thoughtfully, I've studied the situation at the time. I guess that when the Earth's crust overturned, some kind of gas was suddenly released from the ground. Then, when this gas met the air, it condensed. That's why the air felt like it was frozen. When the gas mixed with the air, it became the zombie virus. After saying that, he raised his eyes and emphasized, of course, this is just a guess of mine. After all, I haven't found any traces of the gas from 5 years ago. Based on what you've said, it does make sense. That's why the Earth flipped on its own, and a fart wiped us out. Wu Qingyue said with a grin. What bullshit are you talking about? I think it's because the Earth is about to level up, and that's why it got rid of us humans who only know how to destroy the environment. Let it have its way. Lu Zhuofeng laughed. I think Leader Wu's words are more likely. Maybe if we follow up on this topic, we'll find some clues. Bao Qingji of the Meng tribe suddenly spoke up. Lan Lu spread his hands. I've done my research, but I haven't made any progress. That's why I said it's just a guess. There's no proof. Chapter 631. Lin Chao silently listened on the side, thinking about how she was sick and had a fever on the day of the apocalypse. When she woke up the next day, she felt that the air was strangely stifling, giving her a strange feeling, as if her breathing was not smooth. At the time, she thought that it was because of her illness. When she got up weakly to find a glass of water to drink, she suddenly heard a scream from downstairs. Lin Chao realized that something was wrong, so she quickly put down the glass and walked to the window to look down. She saw some comrades running out of the dormitory, looking panicked. Then, she saw a strange person appear. At the time, the person was walking very unnaturally. He walked very slowly, step by step, and his head was also strangely tilted. Because of the distance, Lin Chao couldn't see the person's eyes and expression. At that time, a soldier with disheveled clothes ran past him. The strange man suddenly turned around and pounced on the soldier. His movement was very fast. He immediately lowered his head and started biting the soldier. At that time, she was stunned, unable to understand what was going on in front of her. However, the second scream made her come back to her senses, and in the blink of an eye, she saw more strange people walking unnaturally. Lin Chao still remembered the soldier's scream. She subconsciously reacted and rushed to her cabinet to take out a sniper rifle, quickly assembled it and placed it on the windowsill, then fired a shot at the head of the strange person who was still biting Ken's comrade. Because of her special identity, she had live ammunition. After being shot, the person stopped moving and fell to the ground. The person on top of him also stopped moving. Very soon, chaotic gunshots, alarms, and clamorous shouts began to spread throughout the entire Destiny district. Lin Chao immediately threw her cold and fever to the back of her mind. She leaned on the window sill and carefully observed the people walking unsteadily, walking very slowly. However, when they saw people running in panic, these strange people would pounce on them and bite them like starving beasts. As for those who were running in panic, once they were pounced on, they would definitely be covered in blood, and some of them would stop moving after their throats were bitten. Therefore, Lin Chao was able to distinguish those who walked slowly and unsteadily. Those who came out later did not seem to be the first ones he saw. The ones who came out later were all covered in blood. Some of them had their heads smashed, but they could still attack with incomparable ferocity. Just as Lin Chao was about to shoot the second one, the door behind her burst open. The other had blood all over his face, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth was full of blood. A man in a military t-shirt staggered in. Looking at this face, although he knew it, it was very unfamiliar at this moment. After the man knocked the door open, he paused for a moment. Then, like those strange people downstairs, he rushed in and threw himself at her. Lin Qiao flipped over, turned the gun in his hand, and fired a shot at the strange man. However, when the bullet hit his chest, it only stunned him for a moment. He turned around and pounced on her as if nothing had happened. Lin Qiao wanted to fire a shot, but it was too late. He could only subconsciously swing his gun and hit the man's head. Then, she rolled to the side of the bed, pulled out the gun, and fired a shot at the man's forehead. Only then did she stop the man from pouncing on her. Now that she thought about it, the whole world had changed overnight. Then, there were zombies that would pounce on anyone they saw, and those who were bitten would turn into zombies not long after. The apocalypse had come. But then again, what is the situation with that zombie? Wu Qingyue changed the topic and asked, after it ran away, do you think it will gather a zombie tide to attack the Huaxia base? Level 2 King is very intelligent, and of course, it will be very vengeful. It seems that the people of the Huaxia base should be careful when they go out in the future. Lu Zhuofeng laughed at this time, but he did not refute Wu Qingyue's words. That's true. This zombie has been locked up for so long, and its blood has been constantly drawn. Obviously, it will not be friendly to the Huaxia base. Lan Lu held his chin and nodded. When it appeared in the morning, it also killed a lot of people. Thinking back to when they went out with Xikong Qin, the smell of blood was thick along the way. Speaking of this, Lin Qiao just remembered that she did not ask for Lin Kuei's opinion. Would that fellow feel indignant? After thinking about it, Lin Qiao flashed into the virtual space. Where is that guy? Seeing that there was only Xie Dong in the living room, Lin Qiao asked. Xie Dong raised his finger and pointed upstairs. Please help me call him down. Lin Qiao said to Xie Dong, then turned around and walked out of the door. Xie Dong turned around and went upstairs. Lin Qiao walked out of the door and saw Lu Tianyi squatting in the seedling field, as if he was pulling the grass. And the intelligent zombie was also squatting beside him, also pulling. Slap, however, as soon as he stretched out his hand, it was slapped back by Lu Tianyi. Because what he was pulling was not grass. It was someone else's seedling. Lu Tianyi could not speak, and he did not like to shout at him with a strange voice, so he used his eyes to stare. Roar! In the end, the intelligent zombie just bared its teeth at him, then ignored him, then turned around and continued to pull. Slap, again. Again. Again, the intelligent zombie was having a lot of fun, but Lin Qiao obviously felt that Lu Tianyi's anger was rising. These two were getting along quite well. Lin Qiao looked at the seedlings, they were almost fully grown. On the other side, Lu Tianyi had already started to dig the soil, ready to move the seedlings over. After he transplanted the seedlings, he would help him level up. This kid's state of mind had already stabilized, it was time to level up. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs behind her. She immediately turned around and saw that Xie Donghe had already changed into a new set of clothes and came down with a head full of wet hair. Before leaving the Huaxia base, is there anything you want to do to the Huaxia base? She asked as she walked to the sofa. Lin Qiao was stunned, a cold light flashed in her eyes. What do you want to do? I can help you. But there is a condition, you can't attack people with zero combat power. Lin Qiao looked at him and said. Lin Qiao looked at her and nodded. He would not attack people casually, how could he help the weak? Besides, according to what she said, when he escaped into the Huaxia base, he had already killed many soldiers who chased him. But there were a few people that he really did not want to let go. But before he could follow the smell to find those people, he was intercepted by a large number of troops. But now that he heard what she said, his heart was moved. Chapter 632. If I were you, I wouldn't let those researchers go. Right? Lin Qiao seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Kuei had just sat down when he heard what she said. He looked at her in surprise and his eyes moved slightly. Seems like you do have that thought. I'll send you out when it gets dark. Lin Qiao was still smiling. Lin Kuei looked at her and didn't refute because that was exactly what he wanted. That night, Lin Qiao secretly let Lin Kuei out on the rooftop of a building. Lin Kuei took off his shirt and his shirtless body quickly changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a big black hair and disappeared in a flash on the rooftop in the dark. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao turned around and went to an apartment that she had been to before. Ling Xiantong was very uneasy that day. He was thinking about the mysterious woman and the escaping zombie in the base at the same time. When he heard that the zombie wasn't caught, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that the zombie's intelligence was close to that of a human's, but a zombie's nature was to hold a grudge. He was afraid that the zombie would follow their scent and find them because they had spent a lot of time with the zombie. They locked it up, drew its blood, and used drugs. If it didn't hate them, who would it hate? It was a direct grafting of hatred. That was why Ling Xiantong was panicking. Don't worry, he won't find you. Suddenly, a voice rang in Ling Xuantong's quiet room. Ling Xiantong was startled and stood up from the sofa. Only then did he see clearly that a tall and graceful figure had appeared by the window without him noticing. It's you. After seeing that it was Lin Qiao, Ling Xiantong felt relieved. But soon, he thought of what Lin Qiao said and his eyes narrowed. Is he still in the base? Lin Qiao shrugged his shoulders and went to sit on his other sofa. She put her long legs on the coffee table, crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then, she looked up at him. Yes, that's right. Not only is he in the base, but your colleagues probably won't live to see tomorrow. I came here to wait for him. Ling Xiantong felt that the woman wasn't lying to him, but why did she come to help him? Could it be that she really wanted to recruit him to her base? He didn't take Qiao Lin's request for him to go to her base to do research seriously, but he felt that this woman would appear again. But he didn't expect to hear the news that the zombie had been stolen when he arrived at the research institute this morning. He was shocked and immediately wondered if it was the woman who did it. Oh, I didn't steal that zombie. It's all your Huaxia base's doing. I'm just leading the sheep along the way. Sensing Ling Xuantong's thoughts, Lin Qiao felt that she didn't want to take the blame. Although she really wanted to do that, now that she wasn't the one doing it, the nature of the matter was different. What do you mean? Ling Xiantong was stunned when he heard that. He looked at her blankly and asked. Sikong Chen wanted to move the zombie to a more secluded place to hide it. At the same time, he wanted to find a reason to raise the value of the first batch of antidotes. Therefore, he thought of a way to make someone else take the blame. That way, he could tell the people in all the bases that the most important material was missing and that there wouldn't be a second batch of this batch of antidotes. On the other hand, it would make all the bases suspect each other because everyone who came this time was very interested in that zombie. They all knew it, they just didn't show it. Lin Qiao said calmly. She paused and continued, this Sikong Chen has always been someone who doesn't take any losses. Why would he release the small amount of antidotes this time? There must be some other conspiracy behind this. Ling Xiantong was stunned. He heard such an unexpected thing. Moreover, it didn't seem to be good for him to know too much about this. If that was the case, he really couldn't stay in this base anymore. Is what you said true? Why should I believe you? Ling Xiantong calmed himself down and kept telling himself that what this woman said was fake. Otherwise, if it was true, everyone who knew about this would probably be killed by the Huaxia base. Whether it's true or not, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've already told you the secret. If you don't believe me, then it's your own choice. But there's one thing you have to believe. Because that zombie will appear here soon. Lin Chao sat on the sofa lazily and said. On the other side, a black shadow flashed in the night and quickly jumped to the roof. Then, it climbed down the balcony window and quickly reached the balcony of a house in the middle of the building. Lin Ran stood at the locked door of the balcony. Suddenly, her claw pierced through the wooden door with a "pu" sound. Her hand that had pierced through the door directly opened the lock. After pushing the door open, Lin Kuei walked in silently. Then he stood still in the dark room, because he heard a sound coming from the bedroom. The owner of the house was one of the researchers on the antidote. Just as he fell asleep, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the balcony. Thinking about the news that the zombies were stolen and the zombies were running around in the base in the morning, he immediately woke up. Then, he cautiously moved from the bedroom to the door, but he didn't immediately open it. It was quiet outside the house. There was no sound. After a few minutes, there was still no sound. The house owner thought he was hearing things, but he didn't dare to be careless. After a while, the owner of the house could not help but gently open the door. When he wanted to look outside, he saw that the living room was completely dark, and he could not see anything. He looked towards the balcony door. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his throat through the small gap in the door. Ugh, the sudden shock and pain in his throat, coupled with the sudden feeling of suffocation, made the homeowner struggle violently. But before he could struggle, the hand in the darkness forcefully snapped. Gotcha! With a slight muffled sound, one of the research members of the virus antidote team died from a broken neck, suffocation, and ruptured blood vessels. Then, in the darkness of the house, a black figure flashed from the balcony and disappeared again. On the other hand, Ling Xiantong was pacing around the house anxiously, occasionally glancing at the woman who was sitting on his sofa leisurely. In the end, he couldn't help but stop and look at her. When will it come? Lin Chao knew he was asking when Lin Kuei would come here. She squinted her eyes and said, Your research team has a total of more than 10 people, plus the special guards who help you to control the zombies. There are more than 20 people, a total of 40 people. I think it will probably come here in 3 hours. Chapter 633. 3 hours later, just as Ling Xiantong was feeling more and more uneasy, a figure appeared on the balcony silently. Look, he's here, Lin Chao suddenly said. Ling Xiantong was startled by her sudden words. He immediately looked up at her and followed her gaze to the balcony. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. There was a black figure standing on the balcony, but it had 2 triangular ears on its head and a thick tail swaying behind it from time to time. What was even more terrifying was the pair of beastly eyes that shone coldly in the dark. Don't be nervous. Lin Chao retracted her legs, stood up and walked to the balcony door to open it. The figure on the balcony walked in immediately. It was covered in black fur and had a bloody smell. Its face was round and covered in fur. Its nose, mouth, and eyes all looked like a leopard. After the pair of ears came in, it tilted back slightly and stared at Ling Xiantong with its cold eyes. Ling Xiantong felt his body stiffen and his limbs were not listening to him. Even his breathing was a little stifled. After Lin Kuei came in, he stared at Ling Xiantong with murderous intent. However, he did not make a move because he knew that Lin Xiao definitely had her reasons for staying here. He felt that he might not be able to kill the person in front of him. This person is useful to me. You can't kill him. Moreover, he was quite friendly to you in the research institute. If you want him to compensate you, you can keep an eye on him and do things for me in the future. At this moment, Lin Xiao walked over with a smile. She walked past Lin Kuei and blocked his murderous intent towards Ling Xiantong for a moment. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed before he retracted his gaze. After taking a glance at Lin Xiao, he retracted all the fur on his body. Then, he took off the clothes that were tied around his waist and put them on. When Ling Xiantong was locked on by Lin Kuei's murderous intent, his mind was about to explode. Now that Lin Xiao walked past him, he saw that the zombie magically retracted its lock on him. Not only that, it even retracted its attack form and put on its own clothes. Ling Xiantong, who was still in a state of shock, couldn't react when he saw the level 2 king-level zombie putting on its clothes in front of him. The zombie didn't seem to be attacking him. Why? Why was he wearing clothes? No, he seems to be listening to this woman. Wait, what's going on? From fear to confusion, Ling Xiantong, who suddenly realized something, didn't look too good. He fiercely turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, and then turned his head to look at the zombie that had turned back into a human after putting on its clothes. In the end, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. After the woman's words, the zombie's state suddenly changed. What was going on? Why did a level 2 king zombie have to listen to a human? After Lin Kuei put on his clothes, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the window. He looked at the researcher's colorful expressions with great interest. However, Lin Xiao was right. He remembered the aura of the people in the research institute. It was because this person only watched him quietly every time. He did not speak, did not make a sound, and did not get too close to him. These actions were beneficial to Lin Kuei, who was treated as a lab rat. Moreover, he clearly felt that among the group of people, this person was not very interested in his research. When they forced him to kill and eat people, this human in front of him stayed far away. That was why he came to him last. However, after seeing Lin Xiao, he knew that he could not kill this person. However, when he heard Lin Xiao said that she wanted this person to work for her, he did not have much objection. See, that's why I said that your experiment is very suitable to be done at my place. You should know that among zombies, not all zombies deserve to die. I know that you are very obsessed with your family. Even if you become a zombie, you are not willing to abandon them. That's why I welcome you to my base. At least I won't discriminate against you. Lin Xiao said to him with a smile. Why do you want to help me? Ling Xiantong looked at Lin Xiao with doubt and then looked at Lin Kuei, who was quietly leaning against the window. Because my base lacks a research talent. Xiao Lin replied with a smile. She said and turned to Lin Kuei, okay, we should go. I think the base will be in chaos again when the sun rises. Then, she waved at Ling Xiantong, goodbye, I will give you one night to think about it tomorrow. I will visit again tomorrow. In the end, she and Lin Kuei walked out of the balcony and both of them disappeared in a flash. This woman was... Who was she? Ling Xiantong looked at the balcony with a blank face. The next day, the entire base was in chaos again. Because the research team of the antidote was killed in one night. Even the guards who worked with them were killed. As long as they were directly or indirectly related to the research on the zombie, they were all dead. The cause of death was either their hearts were pierced, half of their skulls were ripped off, or their necks were broken. When Ling Xiantong received the news, he felt terrible. How could he have forgotten that the entire research team had died, but he was the only one still alive? If that was the case, he would be in deep trouble. Although he might not be suspected as the murderer in the end, it was too suspicious. Therefore, before the soldiers found him, he hurriedly hid in his secret research lab. Bam! In the meeting room, Sikong Chen slammed the table with a pale face. He didn't curse out loud. As a leader, he knew that it was useless to curse now. There were more than 10 people in the research team. For such special scientific talents, everyone had someone protecting them in the dark. This was how the base valued and protected them. But even so, they were all killed, and there was no movement at all. Of course, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, it was no wonder that the people sent in the dark were not able to protect them. It was obvious that the murderer was too strong. Go and investigate. If you can't find anything, go and die. Hong Yijie, one of the directors, glared at his subordinate who came to report to the door and shouted. There were 7 directors around the meeting table and Sikong Chen who was sitting at the head of the table. Everyone's expression was dark and gloomy. A gloomy atmosphere filled the entire meeting room. Even the deputy leaders who stood behind the leader and the directors were silent. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Although Hong Yijie's shout was directed at the team leader at the door, the order was given to the deputy leader. Yes. The deputy leader, Su Hua, who was in charge of the city's security, immediately responded. Then, he hurriedly left the meeting room and brought people to investigate the scene. Chapter 634. Was it all done by that zombie? Wu Qingyue was surprised when he heard the news. I think so, because the wound on his head was obviously caused by the claws of some ferocious beast. There was also a hole in its chest, and the hole was just big enough for one hand to pass through. With the strange strength that zombies have, they could easily break a person's neck. Xiao Liqing nodded. Because of the claw marks, and according to the zombie's information, it was a special zoan that could transform into an animal. So, it was normal for it to have claws. Although the claws of a beast were similar to the claws of a high-level zombie. But thinking about it, this zombie was locked up here as a lab rat for so long, it must be resentful. But China suddenly lost such a rare research team, I think Sikong Chen is going to vomit blood. Hee hee. Wu Qingyue said and laughed. This thing, could it be done by her? No one is better than her at killing people without a trace. Xiao Liqing thought of something at this time and said. Wu Qingyue knew who he was talking about. He thought for a moment and said, I think she will only watch from the side. After all, this is the zombie's own business. If she wants to subdue this zombie, she should at least let it do it himself. You have to know that the hatred of zombies also includes possessiveness. Their enemies are their prey, no one can touch them. You say it as if you know zombies very well. Xiao Liqing looked at him. Wu Qingqiao glanced at him and said, I don't know much, but she definitely knows better than anyone. Xiao Liqing was startled, and then he understood. That's right, that person is also a member of the zombies. If she doesn't know, then who does? But that experimental zombie is also a level 2 king, the same level as her. Can she subdue it? Xiao Liqing then asked curiously. I think she won't do something she doesn't have confidence in. Besides, you know she is not the same as before. With her current style of doing things, she must have thought about it. But I don't know how the Chinese base will deal with her after she steals the zombie away. Lin Qiao's faint but imposing smile flashed across Wu Qingyue's mind, and the smile in his eyes deepened. What a silly smile. Xiao Liqing glanced at Wu Qingyue's smile and immediately cursed in his heart. What? I didn't steal that guy. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the room. N. Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing were stunned for a moment, then they turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lin Qiao spread his hands, walked over, and sat on the sofa on the other side of Wu Qingyue. The one who made the first move was actually Xikong Qin, not me. I just led a sheep away on the way. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small figure rush out of the bedroom and pounce on Lin Qiao's leg like a little bear. "Io, little one, did you miss me?" Lin Qiao hugged Wu Yueling, who was wearing thick clothes. He asked her with a happy smile. Wu Yueling was so happy that she nodded vigorously with a big smile on her face. Dad really didn't lie to her. She could also see zombies here. Lin Qiao's smile froze. Then, as if he didn't notice her thoughts, he raised his head and continued to speak to Wu Qingyue. Xikong Qin really thought of a good idea. He was worried that he didn't hide the zombies well enough, so he wanted to change the location. On the surface, he even used the method of framing others to cover it up. I've never seen such a shameless person. When Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. He did it himself. Lin Qiao let go of the little one, stood up, and walked to the empty space in front of the coffee table. His figure flashed, and then he quickly threw a person out. I kept one of the people who did it, and took care of the others. I'll leave this person to you. As she spoke, she leisurely returned to her seat and continued to hug the little one who was like a bun. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly throw out a man in a military uniform who was tied up and unable to move, Wu Qingyue was still fine, but the smile on his face disappeared. Xiao Liqing was a bit confused. What? What do you mean? Ask your boss, he knows what I mean. Lin Qiao pouted at Wu Qingyue. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue with a blank expression. However, Wu Qingyue looked expressionlessly at the man who was thrown to the ground and couldn't move or speak. The man wasn't unconscious, but his eyes were lowered and he didn't look at anyone. Lin Qiao was afraid that he would commit suicide, so she dislocated his chin, sealed his ability, and even gave him some anesthesia. What did you do to him? Wu Qingyue looked at the man's state, then turned to ask Lin Qiao with a smile. I was afraid that he would kill himself. Lin Qiao shrugged. Why? Why hand him over to us? Xiao Liqing still didn't understand what she meant. Because she doesn't plan to appear in exchange for the antidote. In other words, she doesn't plan to appear, so she can't throw this person in front of everyone to testify against Xikong Qin, Wu Qingyue said to Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing turned to look at Lin Qiao in surprise, and saw that Lin Qiao was also smiling. He didn't know why, but the more they smiled, the more similar they felt. He's right, I'm so poor, how could I exchange for that medicine? At most, I'll just borrow it from some people. Lin Qiao said with a smile, then she lowered her head to ask Wu Yueling, right, tiny tot, am I right? Although Wu Yueling didn't know what they were talking about, she instinctively nodded when Lin Qiao asked her if she was right. In her heart, the zombie mama was like her daddy, everything she did was right. Lin Qiao looked at her cute little face blushing, her innocent eyes sparkling, and her heart was about to melt. He couldn't help but put his hand on her head and rub it. You fucking emptied the 2 granaries of the Earth Dragon base a few days ago. How dare you shamelessly say that I'm poor? When Xiao Liqing heard Lin Qiao say that he was poor, the way he looked at her didn't look too good. Then he heard Lin Qiao say that she wanted to borrow it, so he asked curiously, borrow? With who? Someone, Lin Qiao replied with a smile. Xiao Liqing was speechless. The woman in front of him had changed so much. One look at her smile and he knew someone was going to be in trouble. He thought back to what happened to the Earth Dragon base, and the disappearance of several important people. Xiao Liqing suddenly realized, why did Hidden Cloud City get so many benefits? That wasn't right. Logically speaking, if this was about the Earth Dragon base, then it had to be because of the incident at Hades base. There was no way Skyfire and Hidden Cloud City would be the only ones who'd lost a leader. Chapter 635. So, why us? Xiao Liqing was still puzzled. Because I'm familiar with you. It's easier to do things with acquaintances. Lin Qiao said with a smile. Xiao Liqing, he looked at Wu Qingyue and wanted to say something but stopped. If he guessed correctly, the vice leader of their base was actually crippled by her. Now she had the nerve to ask for help from their leader. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything without evidence. He could only continue to complain about his leader in his heart. Anyway, besides your leader, I'm not familiar with anyone else here. So, it's better to ask your leader for help. Lin Qiao glanced at Wu Qingyue and then looked down at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling put her hand on her lower abdomen, but she didn't feel little man's response. She was confused. She was asleep, so she couldn't talk to little man. Lin Qiao grabbed Wu Yueling's little hand and said to her in her heart. Wu Yueling slightly raised her head and looked at her. There was a flash of disappointment in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Good boy. Lin Qiao smiled and patted his head. Wu Yueling squinted her big eyes, and the little bit of disappointment in her heart disappeared. But what's in it for me to do this? At this time, Wu Qingyue also smiled and looked at her with a flash of light in his eyes. Since she brought this person here, then the zombie must be with her. If he were to let this person go, then others would definitely ask him where the zombies went. So he had to think of a way to cover for her. I'll give you 30% of the borrowed medicine. Lin Qiao smiled faintly, but her eyes didn't narrow. When she looked at Wu Qingyue, there was also a flash of light in her eyes. 30%? Isn't this a little too little? At least half each. The best thing is in your hands, isn't it? Wu Qingyue shook his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What? He was the one who delivered it to me on his own accord. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's already good enough that I gave you a chance to clear your suspicion, but you still want to take advantage of me. Lin Qiao directly rolled her eyes at him and refused without thinking. 50%. Otherwise, you can take this person away. Wu Qingyue just looked at her with a smile, obviously unwilling to compromise. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed and the corner of his mouth twitched. This man really didn't want to take a loss. 35%. 50%. 40%. 50%, 50%, only 40%. Don't go too far. Alright, then. 45%. The corners of Lin Qiao's mouth twitched, then the corners of his eyes twitched. He raised his eyebrows and resisted the urge to turn around and leave. There was only a difference of 5% between 45% and 50%. What's the difference? There was still a difference. But in Lin Qiao's eyes, there was no difference at all. Let's go, little guy. Come play with me for a few days. She endured the anger in her heart, and suddenly stood up while carrying the little guy. Before the two of them could react, he had already disappeared from the room. Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing were left dumbfounded. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue's stiff smile, and then looked at the sofa where Lin Qiao had disappeared. These two really didn't want to take a loss. Speaking of which, boss, isn't that your fiancé? You will continue to eat dog food like this. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue with sympathy, and then turned to look at the man on the ground. So, she agreed to give us 45%. Xiao Liqing asked. She didn't object in the end, right? Wu Qingyue smiled until his eyes were squinted. But she took Lingling away. Xiao Liqing couldn't help but stab him. Cough, Wu Qingyue's mouth twitched. And Lingling was very willing, I think. Xiao Liqing stabbed him again. All right. Send this person to Xikong Chen. At the same time, spread the news that this group of people were originally from China, and for some reason, they were transferring the experimental zombies, but the zombies escaped. Wu Qingyue changed the topic and ordered. Yes. Xiao Liqing immediately responded with a serious expression. Go, go. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him, like he was shooing away a fly. Xiao Liqing secretly rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Wu Qingyue waited for him to leave, and then his expression immediately withered. That abominable female zombie, she actually abducted his family's baby again. Moreover, the woman hadn't agreed to the 45% that he had mentioned just now. He already had a feeling that at that time, she would definitely use the reason of not agreeing to only give him 40% of the antidote. This woman was not willing to take a loss. He was very clear on this point. Lin Qiao, who had entered the space, sat on the sofa with Xiao Budian in her arms, and said to Xie Dong, go ask Lu Tianyi to help pick some strawberries. Xie Dong and Lin Kuei, who were squatting at the door, were silently watching Lu Tianyi and the level 4 intelligent zombie fight outside. When they sensed Lin Qiao coming in with another breath, they turned around at the same time. Xie Dong knew Wu Yueling, so he immediately stood up and walked out after hearing her words. Lin Kuei looked at Wu Yueling curiously, and his eyes lit up. Lin Qiao also noticed his reaction. Oh, you like children. Lin Kuei stood up and walked into the house. Looking at Wu Yueling, his eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. Suddenly, a strange zombie with a pair of dark eyes and a scar on its face walked in. Wu Yueling was shocked, and quickly turned around to hug Lin Qiao tightly. She twisted her face into Lin Qiao's neck and buried it. Seeing such a big reaction from Wu Yueling, Lin Kuei was stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped walking, and his expression became a little disappointed. Then he sighed, turned around, and retreated to the door, but his eyes looked back at Wu Yueling from time to time. Lin Kuei also knew that his appearance would scare the child, but it couldn't be helped. He couldn't find a plastic surgeon to change his appearance, right? Don't mind him, this child is a bit autistic, and being afraid of strangers is just a normal reaction. He will be fine after seeing him a few more times. Lin Qiao saw that his expression was a little lonely, and couldn't help but say. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed, and he nodded. After a while, he saw Lu Tianyi walk in with a bunch of strawberries, and then he went into the kitchen to put them on a plate, and then he went out again. After a while, he brought in the washed strawberries, walked in front of Lin Qiao, and put the strawberries in the plate on the coffee table. A shadow flashed outside the door, and then a head poked out from the side of the door. A pair of dark eyes without white curiously looked at Lin Qiao's arms. Obviously, this intelligent zombie was attracted by Wu Yueling's smell. Chapter 636. Lu Tianyi saw him drooling at Wu Yueling and couldn't help but kick him. Stupid pesticide, move aside. Don't drool at the little princess. Lu Tianyi glared at him. Roar dash, the intelligent zombie roared in dissatisfaction after being kicked, but he didn't dare to do anything to him. If it wasn't for the boss inside, he would have bitten Lu Tianyi's skull. Who is pesticide? What the hell is pesticide? In Lu Tianyi's eyes, this guy recently liked to catch bugs to eat. He would pull out all the weeds. Of course, if he didn't keep an eye on it, he would pull out the seedlings as well. The effect would be similar to pesticide. Lu Tianyi glared at pesticide, then went to get a clean cup and a glass of water to put in front of Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao patted Wu Yueling's back and said to her, "Come, drink the water first. Don't be afraid, he won't come over." Wu Yueling moved slightly, then slowly looked back. There were no other strangers in the living room, but there seemed to be some people outside the door. "Come, there's strawberries. Do you want some?" Lin Qiao hugged her and reached for a strawberry, then put it in front of her eyes for her to see. Seeing the familiar strawberry, Wu Yueling didn't think twice and took it. She put it in her mouth and took a bite while looking outside curiously. Right at this moment, a spotted figure leapt out and shouted at the little guy in a tender voice, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Seeing the little tiger, Xiao Budian's attention was immediately attracted. Very quickly, the news of China's leader sending people to move the experimental zombies, but due to his subordinates' incompetence, the experimental zombies escaped spread. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. The matter of the research team being killed hadn't been cleared up yet, and now this wave had appeared. Although the people from the major bases were angry when they found out, they guessed that China would definitely do something this time, so they remained calm. Everyone had the same thought, and that was, I thought it was stolen by another base. I didn't expect it to be Xikong Chen's doing. Lu Zhuofeng's face was gloomy, and his thick black eyebrows were knitted together. Then, his expression changed and he said mockingly, "Humph, Xikong Chen will probably vomit blood again this time." On the other side, Lon Lu expressionlessly stood by the window and rubbed his chin as he analyzed, "I think this Xikong Chen is afraid that the position he placed the zombies in before is not safe, so he wants to change it. At the same time, he could create chaos to cover it up. I didn't expect him to dig a hole for us to jump in, but in the end, he lost his footing and fell into it. But where did the zombie go? Why can't I feel any fluctuations from him? I've checked. The experimental zombie is called Maki. He's male and his ability is Zoan. His attack form is that of a black panther. He's very good at hiding," Lei Qing said. On the other side, Li Jingye sneered in his room. "China's slap on its own face is really loud. Let's see what else he has to say next. How dare they try to shift the blame onto us." At this time, Lin Qiao placed Wu Yueling in her own room. "Be a good boy and play by yourself for a while. I still have work to do. I'll come in and play with you later, okay?" Lin Qiao placed her on the bed that she had never slept on before. She squatted down and looked her in the eye level as she spoke. Wu Yueling was slightly stunned, then she nodded her head unwillingly. "Our Lingling is the most obedient. If you want to go to the washroom, open the door and ask the uncle at the door to bring you there, okay?" Lin Qiao patted her head. When Wu Yueling heard that she was the most obedient, the unwillingness in her heart finally disappeared. She looked at Lin Qiao and nodded her head with a smile. Lin Qiao then left the space and appeared in China's base. She went up to the rooftop and sniffed the air. After identifying Ling Xuantong's position, she followed his scent and looked for him. Not long later, she found an alley with no one around. The snow around the alley was piled up thickly and no one had swept it. However, there was a layer of ice on the surface of the snow and it was slowly melting. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to tell that there was a layer of ice on the snow. Lin Qiao walked over. She was in invisible mode and her body weight was reduced by 70%. Moreover, she deliberately walked lightly. She stepped on the ice but didn't break the thin layer of ice. There were walls on both sides of the alley and there was a building at the end. This was a dead end and no one would come here usually. However, there was a manhole cover at the corner at the end of the alley. Lin Qiao walked over and looked around. Although there was no one in the alley, there were still people from the search team patrolling the area from time to time. After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao opened the manhole cover gently and jumped in. As she dove in, the manhole cover was closed gently. She walked down the ladder and there was indeed a manhole below. After going down the ladder, there was a passageway that was half a meter wide. The middle of the manhole was filled with dirty water. Her nose was too sensitive and Lin Qiao felt a little dizzy from the impact. She covered her nose and walked down the passageway. After walking for more than 10 meters, there was a corner. After turning the corner, there was a metal door. She walked over and knocked on the door. After a pause, she said, "It's me, open the door." After saying that, she waited quietly. After more than 10 seconds, she felt some movement from inside. The door was opened and a chill rushed out from inside. Ling Xiantong looked at her with a complicated expression and then stepped aside to let her in. After Lin Qiao went in, she saw 2 glass cabinets in the narrow basement. There were 2 frozen zombies in the cabinets, one big and one small. She walked closer and sniffed the 2 zombies. The big one was a female zombie. It looked like she had just turned into a zombie not long ago. There wasn't any hostility on her body. She just looked ferocious and her eyes were closed. The small one was a little boy, around 8 years old. Other than his dark and sunken eyes, there wasn't any other change. "Your wife and son." Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and looked at the fridge. "Yes." After Lin Xiantong closed the door, he walked to the lab table. There were all kinds of reagents and test tubes on the table. There were all kinds of complicated yet simple tools. The entire research team died, but he didn't. Of course, he couldn't stay in the Huaxia base anymore. Although this woman said she would give him time to think, he didn't have a choice in the end. "Let the 2 of them out. Without me, you guys won't be able to leave the Huaxia base." Lin Qiao turned around and said to him. Because the Huaxia base only allowed people to enter and not leave. Only after the exchange of antidotes and the people from the other bases left could the lockdown order be lifted. Chapter 637. Ling Xiantong looked at her hesitantly. He suddenly thought that since she could make Makuyi listen to her, she might have some special skills that could control zombies. After thinking about it, he had no other choice but to open the freezer. He placed his hand on the ice cubes inside, and soon, the ice cubes slowly melted. Although the ice melted, the 2 zombies didn't wake up because of it. Lin Qiao knew that he injected tranquilizer into the freezer to make the 2 zombies stand still. You don't have to inject tranquilizer into them anymore. Let them rest like this when they wake up. She turned around and said to Ling Xiantong. These 2 zombies hadn't even broken through the normal level. She didn't know what level they had to reach to recover their memories. Now that little man wasn't at the bottom of the lake, she still needed to guide the recovery treatment. However, she wasn't as clear as little man. Ling Xiantong looked at her, nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that she had the skill to control zombies, but she definitely wouldn't tell him. After putting the necessary reagents and tools into the box, he stood to the side. The boxes that Lin Qiao touched all disappeared. Ling Xiantong guessed that she had a space. However, he didn't know what type of space it was and how big it was. When he saw that she made his wife and child disappear, Ling Xiantong's heart tightened. However, when he saw that she appeared again in the next second, he felt slightly relieved. "Let's go, I'll bring you in." Lin Qiao walked in front of him and grabbed his shoulder. The 2 of them entered the living room of the space. "In order to avoid any accidents, I think it's best that you don't leave this building." Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and said to him. "What do you want me to research for you?" Ling Xiantong looked around the unfamiliar environment as soon as she came in. Seeing that her two zombies were placed against the wall by the door, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and turned around to ask after hearing her words. Of course it's to research viruses. You already have a lot of experience in this area. Lin Qiao looked at him and pointed to the sofa beside her. Purpose. Ling Xiantong walked over impolitely, sat down and asked. Could it be that this woman also wanted to find a way to control the virus? To control the virus's infectivity. Or I want an antibody. Antibodies that can resist the invasion of the virus, she told him. She couldn't always think for the zombies on this side, of course, she also had to think for the humans on the other side. Her base allowed the two to coexist. If the bodies of the people in the base could resist the invasion of the zombie virus, then the lives of the people here would be easier. Even if she could control all the zombies, she could not guarantee that there would be no accidents. Ling Xiantong nodded. His guess was right. Where will my lab be in the future? Don't tell me it has always been in your space. Ling Xiantong suddenly thought of another question. Of course the laboratory is in the base. How could it be in my space? When we get back to the base, we'll naturally let you go. But you still have to stay here for a few days. Don't worry, there will be food and water. Just treat it as a few days of rest. Lin Qiao looked at him and said. Ling Xiantong didn't say anything else and nodded. When Lin Qiao said that there would be food and drinks, he naturally asked Lu Tianyi to prepare them for him. Anyway, there was rice here, and a lot of vegetables were grown outside. Lin Qiao went upstairs and carried Wu Yueling down. Feeling that there was another stranger in this building, Wu Yueling became silent. Only when Lin Qiao talked to her did she have some reaction. When the outside knew that the matter of him moving the zombies had been exposed, Xikong Chen's face turned green until it was almost black. His body was surrounded by a strong dark pressure. The killing intent in his eyes flickered, and his entire face was tense. Did you find who spread it? He asked word by word through gritted teeth. There's no need to investigate at all. They said it openly. See City's Wu Qingyue, I don't know where he got the news. One of the directors, Han Shao, smiled and shrugged. Then what evidence does he have? Xikong Chen's voice was a little stiff because he was suppressing his anger. I didn't find that. But he said that the zombies ran away on their own. This is very disadvantageous for our medicine exchange this time. The other bases have a lot of opinions about this. Has everyone thought about how to deal with it? Han Shao changed the topic. Xikong Chen didn't say anything. He sat at the head of the table with an ugly face. He also knew that his question about evidence was unnecessary. Even if they refused to admit it, the news had already spread. The major bases could use this as an excuse. But needless to say, as long as they changed their way of thinking and investigated them, they would definitely find some clues. Even if they cleaned up the evidence, it was hard to guarantee that there were no mistakes. But this zombie ran away on its own. What's going on? Leader, this is the elite team you sent, right? Are you sure you didn't let it go on purpose? Hee hee. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. Old Hu, you can't say that. This team's leader is a level 6 psychic, and the other members are level 5. The people our leader sent are not weak. But why did this zombie run away? Why? At this time, another voice sounded. At first, it seemed to refute the words of the person in front of him, but later on, it seemed to be directed at Xikong Chen. The person in front was Hu Zhiyong, one of the directors of China. Behind him was Lu Jinan, also one of the directors. But these two people never tolerated Xikong Chen's dissatisfaction. When they had the chance, they would seize the opportunity to mock Sikong-chin. At the beginning, I said that after this batch of drugs is successful, we can drain all of the zombies' blood and store it. Half of it can be used to manufacture drugs, and the other half can be used to develop evolutionary-grade drugs. What did you say? Oh, you said that the zombies' blood molecules can retain more energy. Now, it's very sufficient, so much that it ran away on its own. Hu Xiong laughed loudly. As his words fell, Sikong-chen's face became even uglier. The others silently watched the battle and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the conference room became more and more gloomy, but the directors sitting at the conference table didn't take it to heart. Only the other deputy leaders next to them didn't dare to breathe loudly. They kept quiet and didn't even dare to lift their eyes. Of course, we can't admit to this matter. We just need to push the matter out. So, we will push the blame to whoever spread the news, Sikong-chin said coldly. But we still haven't found that member of the dispatch team. Could he have fallen into the hands of the major bases? At this time, Wei Haichao said. Chapter 638. Do you even need to ask? Old Wei, this person must have fallen into Wu Qingyue's hands. For this man to spread the news so brazenly, I think he must have gotten the information from that member's mouth. In my opinion, shouldn't we have silenced this team member back then? Not only did we fail the mission, but this matter is also of great importance. Leaving him alive will definitely be a hidden danger. Lu Jinan smiled at Sikong-chen and said. Sikong-chen glanced at him and didn't say a word. He was too lazy to answer such a boring question. The most important thing now was to find the zombie. Another thing was that if this team member was still alive in Wu Qingyue's hands, then he must be killed. China was already thinking of killing that team member, and Wu Qingyue also guessed that China would do so. Watch carefully, China will definitely send someone to kill him. Wu Qingyue smiled and said to the people in the room. The problem is, who will they send? Xiao Liqing frowned. Unless Sikong-chen comes personally, who else would have the ability to take this person's life under the eyes of our leader? Mo Li stood by the window and said. No matter who it is, they will definitely want to try. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's not wait for them to come. Let's send the person out first. Send? To where? The other two were confused. Mo Li's face was expressionless, but her eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Send it to whoever has the most manpower, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Oh, you want to throw the hot potato to the Green Mountain base. Xiao Liqing interrupted at this moment. Why Qingshan base? Mo Li didn't understand. In terms of manpower, Qingshan base didn't have that many people. He didn't have that many people, but think about the level of the opponent's ability. Xiao Liqing said. Mo Li finally understood. Oh, right, he has 2 level 7 paranormals with him, and 2 level 6 paranormals as well. We hear. Okay, he does have more people than us or the other bases. So, half an hour later. The people of Qingshan base looked on in bewilderment as Wu Qingyue brought his men and brought a man who couldn't move to his room. Who is this? By the way, what are you trying to do? Lon Lu sized up the man who was tied up and unable to move or speak. It's safer to keep the evidence with you, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Seeing him acting so casually, the people of the Green Mountain base stared at him with an expression that said, this guy is really rude. Evidence? What's going on? By the way, why didn't you keep it? Why did you leave it with me? Lon Lu expressed his dissatisfaction. He knew. One look at this man and he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. This Wu Qingyue wanted to throw the troublesome matter to him. He is the witness of that incident. This person is the only survivor of the team that transferred the experimental zombies. As long as he was dead, there would be no evidence. Do you think Sikong Qin would admit to this so easily? After Wu Qingyue sat down, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Oh, so why did you bring him to me? Lan Lu raised an eyebrow. He had an expression that said, I know what you're up to. Then I don't have enough manpower. What if he gets killed when I'm not careful? Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. If you want to kill him, then kill him. What does that have to do with me? What are you trying to do by bringing him to me? Don't tell me you want me to keep an eye on it for you. Don't even think about it. Lan Lu glared at Wu Qingyue. How can we do that? I say, are you an idiot? If he died, wouldn't Sikong Qin be able to renege on his debt? Then why did he try to push the blame onto us, the foreign bases, to threaten us? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? You're too casual. Also, what if he ran away with the experimental zombies? This batch of potions is equivalent to not having another batch to raise the price. Wu Qingyue said to Blue Land. Hearing this, Lan Lu didn't speak again. Because he had already guessed that this would happen, but this Wu Qingyue actually wanted to throw this hot potato at him. He was not happy. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wu Qingyue immediately took it as a silent agreement. He slapped his knees and stood up, then it settled. You're a spirit type, so it's much easier for you to keep an eye on him than me. Saying this, he waved his hand and walked towards the door with a smile. Hey! Wait a minute. I haven't agreed yet. Damn! Lan Lu's expression froze, then he became angry. However, Wu Qingyue didn't care about him and walked to the door in a few steps. Then I'll leave the witness to you. He waved at Lan Lu with his back facing him and walked out. You! Lan Lu stared at his disappearing silhouette. Speaking of which, where did he find this person? The other people who hadn't spoken up until now finally asked curiously. Lan Lu turned his head and looked at the team member. He couldn't help but smack his lips, TSK. That cunning fox, throwing such a sweet potato at us and running away. Do you want us to send him back? Zheng Hao looked at Lan Lu and asked. Hey, forget it. Right, have you found any clues about that zombie? How could it disappear? Lan Lu shook his head. No, there's really no clues at all. It broke off in that cultivation base. Even the Huaxia base couldn't find anything, Lei Qing said. Really, where did he go? Lan Lu frowned slightly when he heard this and muttered with some distress. A few days later, it was finally the exchange date that the Huaxia base had agreed on. First, they had to show the effects of the drug. In a small plaza, there was a tall wall built around it. In front of the plaza was a two-story factory. The wall on the second floor of the factory facing the plaza had been completely torn down. It was so empty that the inside of the building could be seen. However, although one side of the wall was torn down, it was blocked by glass. The people standing on the second floor could clearly see the situation in the plaza below. In the center of the plaza below, there was a square area with a length of 10 meters and a width of 10 meters surrounded by iron nets. Obviously, that was the place used for the display. The Huaxia people arranged the important figures of the major bases to sit on the edge of the glass area on the second floor. They could clearly see the situation below. On the second floor, there were sofas and tea tables corresponding to the figures of the major bases placed against the glass. There was also tea and some fruits and snacks. Only the Huaxia base was so generous. If they went to Haiqin, they would probably only get tea and nothing else. After the people of the major bases were brought up, they found their corresponding seats and sat down. Then, they looked down and around them with great interest. Chapter 639. The host's seat was in the center. After everyone sat down, Lu Zhuofeng smiled and said, "Leader C, I always felt that the range of this potion is too small. It's only 10 meters, and its power is similar to a level 6 paranormal's AoE skill. If it's the ice element, even a level 5 paranormal can do it." In China's seat, in addition to Xikong Qin, there were 3 other directors sitting next to him. Hearing Lu Zhuofeng's words, Hu Zhiyong smiled and replied, "Don't worry, this kind of 10-meter range is only a sample of the first successful experiment. It is considered a semi-finished product, so there are not many of them. But if 10 potions are used at the same time, the range will be doubled. Although it won't directly reach 100 meters, it can also reach more than 70 meters. Gather all the zombies in a 70-meter range, and directly throw 10 potions in, the effect should be very good." He used the advantages to cover up the disadvantages, and at the same time, he said that this was only the first semi-finished product, but his words revealed another message. "Ha! Could it be that you have developed the real product?" Lan Lu asked with some surprise. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard what he said. "Yes, it is what Leader Lan said." Hu Zhiyong smiled, looked at him and said, "This 10-meter range is indeed only the first stage of the semi-finished product. Later on, we also developed the second and third stages. Of course, the effect is different. Let us explain it to everyone while watching the demonstration. There is a second and third stage." Everyone's expression was a little surprised, and then a flash of light flashed in their eyes. It seemed that the information they received was not comprehensive. China really hid the information so deeply, it was really not simple. Obviously, the information was deliberately released by them, so that their attention would be diverted, and they could suppress the more important information. Then, the demonstration will begin. Lu Jinan also smiled at this time, then clapped his hands. Then, they saw a few beautiful girls holding a list walked in front of the people of the base, and gently placed it on their table. This list was the exchange price of the potions. On it were the list of the potions for the 3 stages, as well as the name and quantity of the items needed to be exchanged. Everyone took the list and looked at it, but then they were attracted by the movement in the square downstairs. There were a few soldiers in the square below, all wearing white protective suits and gas masks. However, he dragged an ordinary person whose hands and feet were chained and dirty. Then, the people in protective suits hung up the ordinary person whose hands and feet were chained and hung him in the middle of the 10-meter-high iron fence. Seeing this scene, everyone present understood what was going on. However, this was Huaxia's own arrangement. They wouldn't have any objections, so they just watched calmly. After the man was hung up, he began to struggle. But it was useless. After the men secured him in the middle of the chain-link fence, they left. Only one of them walked to the southeast corner, opened a square lid on the ground, and revealed a hole. Then, that person quickly left and locked all the doors. After a while, a claw came out of the hole, then 2, and finally a head. Very quickly, an ordinary zombie crawled out. Seeing the zombie crawling out, the man who was hung up immediately began to scream in horror. His struggling and twisting became more intense. Soon, zombies kept crawling out of the hole. The zombies that came out were all ordinary zombies. They staggered as they walked, with their 2 arms hanging down. After noticing the human, they immediately raised their arms and instinctively extended them forward. They began to rush towards the person that was being hung. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash, attracted by the smell of the living person, the zombies that kept crawling out of the hole moved towards this side. Because the entrance of the barbed wire was facing the entrance of the zombie cave, the zombies quickly rushed into the 10-meter fence. There are a total of 200 zombies released. When all of them enter the 10-meter range fence, we will first show the use and effect of a potion. At this time, Gu Zhiyong stood up and walked to the glass with some excitement. He pointed to the situation below and turned back to the people of the base. No wonder I heard that you don't have a lot of potions. It turns out that you have a backup plan. Amazing. At this time, Wu Qingyue glanced at Xikong Chen with a smile and said. Today, Xikong Chen had been expressionless. The two directors, Hu Zhiyong and Lu Jinan, spoke. Seeing that Wu Qingyue glanced at him, Xikong Chen's expression changed. Of course, this is not to give you a surprise, he said faintly. After all the zombies below were released, they gathered within the 10-meter high fence. All the zombies looked at the man hanging in the air and stretched out their claws, wanting to grab him. But the position where the man was hung was more than 3 meters high. If the zombies below did not jump up, they would not be able to touch the man hanging above. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash, help. Ah, help, help. The man desperately shouted. Although he knew rationally that no one would come, his shouting could disperse the fear in his heart. Okay, the preparation is done. Next, please watch the effect. Hu Zhiyong smiled and made a gesture to the people behind him to knock on the glass. Soon, a person in protective clothing appeared on the fence of the plaza below. The person was holding a test tube filled with potions, and he casually threw it into the zombie fence. But when the potion was in mid-air, the person swung his hand and a fireball suddenly hit the test tube. Then, the potion and the fireball exploded together. Everyone should know that this initial stage potion will take effect in an hour and a half. If you want to see the effect, you will have to wait for an hour and a half. At this time, Hu Zhiyong looked back at the crowd and said with a smile. So you want us to wait here for an hour and a half? Lu Zhuofeng snorted coldly and said with slight dissatisfaction. Of course we won't let you guys be bored, because we have a program to entertain you all. At this time, Hu Zhiyong smiled faintly and said calmly. Oh, there is a program to watch. This is good, and we can even entertain ourselves. I wonder what kind of program director who has arranged for us. Sunfire Base's Li Zhengye laughed loudly at this time. Just a little game, Hu Zhiyong replied with a smile. Chapter 640. Go, play the program we prepared, Lu Jinan said to Lai Qingkong, who was standing behind him. Lai Qingkong looked like an ordinary man in his 30s. His looks were ordinary and he was neither tall nor short. He belonged to the type that would be lost in a crowd. He nodded calmly and said, yes. After saying that, he turned around and went down. Soon, the people in the base saw Lai Qingkong appear on the wall of the square with two other people. One of the men beside him pointed at the barbed wire fence. The iron fence quickly changed and began to extend. Soon, the entrance and the top were sealed. It turned into a huge cage made of metal mesh. The 200 zombies were all sealed in the cage, but they didn't care because their attention was attracted by the person hanging in the air. The wall around the square was originally only 5 or 6 meters high, but now it suddenly rose. It directly rose to a height of 20 meters, and the light under the square immediately dimmed. At this time, the door under the wall that brought the human bait was opened again. Then, a group of people carrying 2 zombies tied together came in. The 2 zombies were quietly lying on the ground, their eyes were closed as they were carried in by the people. Soon, the people wearing protective suits put one of the 2 zombies on the side of the square, and each took out a syringe and injected something into the zombie. Ha! What are you doing? Is the program you are talking about these two zombies? Black Dragon Base Gao Haoyun curiously looked at the scene below and asked. Oh, these two are level 3 intelligent zombies. Everyone knows that intelligent zombies are territorial, so when another unfamiliar zombie of the same level enters their territory, or is in the same place with another unfamiliar zombie of the same level, they will attack each other to determine the winner. So, today's first program is to watch a zombie fight. Lu Jinan smiled and introduced the program to everyone. Oh. I see. Interesting. Lu Zhuofeng was very interested at this time. The first program. Does it mean there are other programs later? Wu Qinghua smiled and looked at the scene downstairs with his smiling eyes. There was no change. Of course, we can't just prepare one. Otherwise, how would it be enough for everyone to entertain themselves? Lu Jinan nodded in agreement. At this time, after the people below injected something into the two zombies, they immediately retreated. After 10 to 20 seconds, the two zombies that were lying motionless with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time. His eyes were pitch black, a pair of strange black eyes without eyeballs. If it was 5 years ago, seeing these eyes would have scared people to death. But today, 5 years later, no one would be scared by those eyes. Because they were already familiar with each other. The eyes of the two zombies flashed, and a light flashed in their black eyes. Then they seemed to find that they were tied up. At the same time, they looked in each other's direction. Puff puff, the ropes tied to their bodies were not very strong and were quickly broken by the two zombies. Roar, roar, the two level 3 intelligent zombies immediately rushed towards each other. These two zombies are about to break through to level 4. If they can eat each other's zombie core, then they should be able to break through. So, in order to level up, these two zombies will try their best to kill each other. At this time, Lu Jinan said with a smile. Because there were two level 3 zombies, and they were emitting a brutal attack signal. The ordinary zombies in the guardrail immediately quieted down. The two zombies rushed in front of each other, ignoring the situation around them. In their eyes, there was only the same level as them. As long as they dug out the other party's energy core and ate it, they could break through to their current level. Both of them were level 3, and their physical strength and speed were inhuman. When they attacked, they liked to stand on all fours, raise their heads, and stare at the opponent. Moreover, these two zombies had a mark on their necks, one red and one blue. Do you want to bet on which one will win? I bet on the red one. Hu Xiong said with a smile. Oh, there's this. Not bad. I think the blue one is not bad. Then I bet on the blue one, a level 5 zombie core. Ha ha ha, at this time, Lu Zhuofeng threw a zombie core on the table and laughed. I bet on the red one. Blue. Blue. The others were also interested. Now that there was a bet, they all stared at the scene below with great interest. Only Lan Lu and Wu Qinghua looked down expressionlessly, while Wu Qinghua smiled. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Qiao stood on the wall, silently watching the situation below. She looked at the people on the second floor, and saw that they were all throwing zombie cores on the table. From the thoughts of Lai Qingkang and the others, she knew what they were doing now. Was it a program? A light flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes, and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Then, she would add some fun to their fun. Then she jumped down from the guardrail. The potion below had already dissipated, and Lin Qiao had been watching from the side. She did not feel anything about the potion that had been burned. Obviously, it did not affect her at all. She stood on top of the cage, and when the two zombies were fighting again, she suddenly flashed to the side of the two zombies. Then, the two zombies suddenly froze, and their movements instantly stopped. Ha! What's wrong? The people upstairs were watching the two zombies happily, and when they saw the situation, they were confused. Why did they suddenly stop? Soon, they saw that the two zombies had retracted their violent aura, and then quietly stood there, looking at each other. That's right, the two zombies were not fighting anymore. They just stood there, looking at each other, and did not move. What's going on? Is it another program that you guys arranged? Bao Qingji, one of the leaders of the Meng tribe, could not help but look at the people from China. No. This is not our arrangement, how could it be like this? Lu Zhimian was also confused, and turned his head to look at Hu Zhiyong and Sikong Qin. He saw that the two of them were also looking at him blankly. Why did they stop fighting? Don't tell me that these two zombies can shake hands? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng said. In the end, after a few seconds, everyone looked at him with a strange expression. Because after he said this, the two zombies below stretched out their claws, and held each other's claws. They even shook it. Damn. I was just joking. Lu Zhuofeng was a little confused. Chapter 641. At this time, the people hanging in the zombie cage had already fallen into a coma, hanging there motionless. After seeing the situation below, Wu Qingyue's mouth hooked up, and a smile appeared in his smiling eyes. Lan Lu thoughtfully touched his chin, and suddenly turned to look at Wu Qingyue. So he saw the smile that suddenly flashed in his eyes. He knew that although Wu Qingyue's face was smiling, there was no smile in his squinted eyes. Now the two level 3 zombies below stopped fighting, and the zombies in the giant cage were also quietly squeezed together. What was there to see? Apart from Wu Qingyue, who seemed to know something, everyone else in the various bases immediately revealed impatient expressions. Go down and see the situation, if it doesn't work, then change to 2. Sikong Qin frowned and said. Yes. Ho Guizhong, who sat behind him, nodded and stood up. From the time the potion was used until now, only less than 20 minutes had passed. There was still 1 hour and 10 minutes left, and something went wrong so quickly. Everyone was a bit disappointed. But soon, the situation below immediately changed. After the two zombies shook hands, they suddenly looked up at the position of Lai Qingkong and the others on the wall. Then their bodies moved, and they fiercely jumped to the top of the net cage, then immediately turned around and rushed in the direction of the few people. Pooh dash, sharp claws pierced through the steel on the wall, and then began to climb up. What's the situation? Everyone on the second floor was confused by this situation. Hey, this is a bit interesting. Director Lu, this can't be arranged by you, right? Lan Lu, who was originally thoughtful at this time, laughed. What the hell is going on? Lu Jinan's expression was somewhat ugly. And on the wall, Lai Qingkong looked down at the two zombies that were climbing towards him, and his face was also surprised and puzzled. What is going on? What is going on with these two zombies? He angrily looked at the two zombies, raised his hand, and a bunch of flames rushed out, circled above his head, and then quickly smashed towards the two level 3 zombies. Bang! The two zombies were immediately smashed to the ground. At this time, a gust of wind blew down, blowing the two level 3 zombies to the other side. At the same time, their heads were also blown away. 2 zombie heads were cut off from their bodies and rolled to the other side. Thick blood splattered on the ground. Ho Guizhong landed beside Lai Qingkong and said to the others, "These two are no longer of any value. Let's exchange for 2 more." Yes. The others immediately jumped down from the wall. What's going on with these two? Ho Guizhong frowned. Who knows? Lai Qingkong also frowned, his face gloomy. Not long after, someone sent in 2 more level 3 zombies. The procedure was the same: injection, evacuation. When the 2 zombies woke up, they had the same reaction. Although they were very interested in the human in the cage, if they were to be in the same place as another zombie of the same level, then they would have to put food aside. Will these 2 be the same as the previous 2? This was the only question everyone was thinking about. Only Wu Qingyue had a profound smile. His slender legs were crossed, his shoulders were slanted to the side, and his elbows were supporting half of his chin. His eyes swept over the faces of the Chinese people from time to time, and his eyes flashed with a dark light. This situation, it was obvious that someone was playing tricks again. And that person, no, that female zombie has always been restless. Wu Qingyue suddenly wanted to see Lin Qiao's face. He wanted to see her face that no longer had heavy makeup, but was even more beautiful. Thinking of her cold and calm eyes, and that attractive body. Since the last time they did it in the lake in her space, that feeling was unforgettable. Although he couldn't see her body at that time, but the feeling was real. And he also saw her body before. Before this woman died, when she forced herself on him, she was very wild and swaying on top of him. That pair of white balls swaying in front of his eyes, at that time, he felt very disgusted. He didn't know why, but now he had a kind of itch to touch it again. Thinking about it, Wu Qingyue's thoughts had already run to God knows what improper place. Xikong Chen and the other directors looked at this time with a calm face, and didn't answer this question. In the end, within a few minutes, these 2 zombies were like the previous 2. They suddenly stopped fighting halfway, and then began to rush towards the people on the wall. Of course, they were still cut down by Hou Guozhong's 2 wind blades. Very unwillingly, they let the 3rd and 4th batch in, but the result was still the same. This time, everyone felt that there was a problem. What's going on? Leader C, were all the zombies in your house swapped with someone else's? Why does it seem like they are being controlled? Li Zhengye was very puzzled and said. Xikong Chen's face was already gloomy and a bit dark. He didn't say anything, but Lu Jinan who was next to him said with a smile. Of course not. But I don't know what's going on in this situation. Looks like I have to go down and investigate. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's mood. Since the zombies are not obedient, then let's change to something else. At this time, someone brought over a bottle of wine. This wine is brewed from the grapes that we grew ourselves. Usually, we can't bear to drink it. Not sure if anyone is interested in trying it. Lu Jinan turned around and took a bottle and a glass from his subordinate, and said while pouring wine into the glass. After the apocalypse, wine production had almost stopped, because there was not enough food. Who would care about wine? Only China had a large agricultural base, and that was why they were able to grow grapes. Moreover, they were extravagantly using it to brew wine. Yo! There's wine. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Gao Haoyun's eyes lit up when he saw the wine. Although the wine's alcohol content was not high, it was much better than the bitter and astringent tea. That's right. You actually hit it until now. It's really not easy to drink good wine nowadays, and you guys actually brewed it yourself. Extravagant. This is too extravagant. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes lit up. Although it was not some strong liquor, it was still a luxury. Although it was not strong wine, as long as there was wine, who cared what kind of wine it was? I agree with Leader Lu. Lon Lu stared at the wine in the hands of the lady next to him, and couldn't help but agree with Lu Zhuofeng. Thank you. I don't even remember when was the last time I drank red wine. I think it was before the apocalypse. Wu Qingyue came back to his senses, and thanked the lady politely before sighing. Chapter 642. With wine to drink, the atmosphere became more relaxed. However, at this time, some people felt that it was better to be more tense. Li Jingye smiled and said meaningfully, "But I heard that the Chinese base was preparing to move the experimental zombie to another location, but the zombie suddenly ran away. I don't know if this is true. Leader C, can you explain it? You seem to be suspecting that someone stole your experimental zombie." As soon as he said this, the Chinese leader and the director's faces darkened. "Hey, Leader Li, you shouldn't say this. You should be asking if Leader C has misunderstood all of us. How can you say it's suspicion? Besides, Leader C didn't say it clearly at that time." Lu Zhuofeng smiled and helped Xikong Chen out. "Ha! Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know that Leader C said that he suspected our people?" At this time, Lan Lu also smiled. "Oh, this matter. I only know that the zombie ran away by itself, right? It seems that this zombie is not simple." Wu Qingyue also laughed. It was obviously the right time to point the finger at China. Because when the effect of the drug came out, they could use this matter to probe the other party, and then they would have a reason to bargain later. But it was not good to make the atmosphere too tense, in case the Chinese people got angry and decided not to trade. So when Li Jingye brought it up, the others quickly resolved the topic. Xikong Chen's face darkened, but he quickly controlled his expression. Although he controlled his expression, he still remained expressionless and did not speak. Hu Zhiyong and Lu Jinan were more tactful. There might be some misunderstanding. Before the matter is investigated, it's really hard to say. Right? Lu Jinan replied, then he smiled at everyone and continued, "Moreover, now whether the zombie really ran away by itself or was taken away by someone else, this is not certain." Although the meaning of his words did not admit Li Jingye's words, they also refused to deny it. In other words, their attitude was still reserved until the matter was investigated, then they would express it. So in the end, the attitude of the Chinese base was indeed not willing to give in. Speaking of which, the effects of your preliminary products are still a little too weak. I'm more interested in your second and third stage products. I wonder what kind of effects they will have, Lan Lu said with a smile. Sigh, I agree with Leader Lan of the Green Mountain Base. The effect of your preliminary product is really too poor. I don't think it's of much use. Lu Zhuofeng swirled the wine glass in his hand and poured it into his mouth after he finished speaking. Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's first understand the basic effects before looking at the effects of the second and third stages. That way, everyone will know where the true value lies, Hu Zhiyong said calmly to the crowd. Do you think? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng poured another glass of wine into his own glass. He suddenly stared at the wine glass with a thoughtful expression. Then he said hesitantly, "Is it because of the people from the new base in Hangzhou? The one in uptown Hangzhou? How was that possible? Did they have the ability to do that?" Xikong Chen sneered disdainfully. In his heart, he didn't care about the new base that had less than 5,000 people. Not even the walls of the new base had been built yet. Then, how much does Leader Xikong know about the new base in uptown? At this time, the corner of Lu Zhuofeng's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. If you want to talk about the person who knows about it, it should be me. At this time, Wu Qingyue suddenly interrupted with a smile, after all, I'm very close to it. And I have a cooperative relationship with the new base. If Leader Lu is so curious, why don't you ask me? He said that Lu Zhuofeng was curious, but it was clear that Lu Zhuofeng's words didn't mean that. He just wanted to reveal some information to the Chinese base. But now that Wu Qingyue interrupted, the others thought that Lu Zhuofeng might really be curious. Hence, everyone became curious. Yes, I heard that this new base was built by the survivors of Hades' base, Gao Haoyun said at this time. The Netherworld King's base is gone. Are they planning to build a new one? Li Zhengye asked curiously. Speaking of destroying this Hades base, Leaderly, your Skyfire base also contributed a lot. That's not good. We humans need to be united. Otherwise, how can we destroy this world full of zombies? At this time, Lu Jinan smiled faintly. Don't just talk about me. Hidden Cloud City's contribution is greater than ours. Li Zhengye raised his eyebrows, slightly widened his eyes, and smiled. Now that humanity was in danger, the most important thing to do was to develop. However, at this time, it was obviously unwise to fight each other. Therefore, this was not something to be proud of. So, Li Zhengye directly pulled Hidden Cloud City's base down. In any case, this was originally done by them. They couldn't just be the only ones being attacked. After being interrupted by Wu Qingyue, everyone immediately changed the topic. Lu Zhuofeng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly gave up on his previous intention. He smiled at Wu Qingyue and said, "Oh, that's right. But we are only helping Earth Dragon base. This is not us taking the initiative to provoke Hades base. Besides, we also tried to persuade that idiot Long Yubai, but he didn't listen. What else can we do?" After that, he glanced at Li Zhengye, then turned his head to Wu Qingyue and said, "Well, now, whether it's the destruction of the Netherworld King's base or the retribution of the Earth Dragon base, their matters are in the past. Since the remnants of Hades base have begun to build a new base, it is better for them to understand the situation in the neighboring Sea City." That's right. That's right, the new base in the upper city is what you know as the remnants of Hades base. That's really tragic. In the beginning, there were only a few dozen people who came to our Sea City to borrow people. I borrowed more than 1,000 people a few times. Later, maybe because of the Earth Dragon base's incompetence, those who were held captive in the original Hades base as prisoners suddenly counterattacked and brought the remaining few thousand people back to the upper city. However, I heard that when they came back, they were divided into two groups. There is still a small number of remnants that are still living in the old broken Hades base. Wu Qingyue saw that Lu Zhuofeng had led the topic to himself, so he said it openly. "Leader Wu being so generous to lend people out, it seems that you have indeed helped them." Xikong Chen said expressionlessly at this time, "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."